Hi everyone! If you enjoy my content and want more videos, support me in Ko-fi. The link in the description. Chapter 466. Tianyuan City's War Lineup. Tianyuan City entered a state of war preparedness. Woo woo. The horn sounded. The message came that before Sophia had even entered the Shattered Isles to survey the situation, Tianyuan City's first batch of elites had already gathered. Led by Serio, they were to proceed to the west side breach of 10 Directions Island domain for defense. This was the speed of Tianyuan. Once Sophia had confirmed the situation, Liu Lu would lead the second batch of reinforcements to support the observation outpost. The outpost would also be expanded, upgraded to a frontline fortress. After all, to stop the spread of the red mist, they needed to take direct aim at the enemy at the breach. Utilizing strategic depth to annihilate the enemy one by one was no longer a viable strategy. The enemy could be annihilated, but the red mist would surge and spread. At the city lord's mansion, Mu Yuan spread out the map. On the left side, a narrow land marked with a pale red color as if scorched, represented the frenzied area. In the center of this region was a pitch-black hole representing the passage, the breach. The observation outpost of Tianyuan City was established atop an inconspicuous barren mountain outside the frenzied area. Mu Yuan took out 10 white pieces and placed them one by one on the map, enclosing the breach in a semicircle. Among these white pieces, several were even placed within the pale red scorched territory. We need to build a sentinel tower camp at each of these 10 locations to completely halt the spread of the red mist. After all, the frenzied area will also be eroded by the red mist. Ilo, how many sentinel tower blueprints are left in our territory? There are 11 left. We need to purchase more, even though we've been continuously doing so. In the midst of speaking, Mu Yuan brought Daisy, who was far away in the Twilight Dominion, into the chat channel. Try to purchase some Sentinel Tower blueprints and Advanced Sentinel Tower blueprints. We need at least one Advanced Sentinel Tower blueprint and keep one as a backup. Just to be safe, buy 3. And be quick. Mu Yuan seemed to see Daisy's fox ears droop. He was somewhat aware of his inhuman request, demanding both quantity and speed. But the war situation required it. They needed a line of defense, built from the miracle territory. You're making unreasonable demands again. Things like Sentinel Tower blueprints are practically consumable items that many lords want. Getting 3 advanced blueprints in a short period of time is akin to. Daisy said, but, I love these unreasonable demands. I'll send the blueprints as fast as I can. Explore more adventures at Empire. Mu Yuan juggled multiple tasks. He also sent Xi Lu to the trading secret realm to see if he could trade for them with other lords, though the prospects were slim. Advanced Sentinel Tower blueprints belonged to the excellence level of miracle blueprints, and as Daisy said, these things are consumed, as the lord's outposts often end up being broken through. Securing Advanced Sentinel Tower blueprints through trading with soul crystals or other high-order treasures takes a very long time. To get hold of 3 advanced blueprints in a short time frame, they had to be purchased with contribution points. However, even though the contribution points exchange would not run out of stock, getting them in a few days was nearly impossible. Not running out was only true for the entire Taixuan range. The nearby officials of Panchi City and Lake Haven City might not have the stock. Could Daisy manage to buy them? Mu Yuan wasn't sure, but he would prepare for both scenarios, first using the resources he already had to build a line of defense. In a certain official town of the Twilight Dominion, the Tianyuan caravan was resting here, resupplying. Daisy said to an aide beside her, contact the Red Cotton City Lord and tell her I have a business proposal to discuss with her, ask if she's interested. Business? But weren't we supposed to purchase advanced blueprints, my lord? The aide asked weakly, then quickly added, I will relay the message exactly. Daisy opened the official exchange list and limited the search to the Twilight Dominion. She also took out a notebook, which had recorded items that various lords and powerhouses liked or needed, as well as treasures they might possess. She quickly formed the most cost-effective equation in her mind. In Tianyuan City, legions were still assembling. Exploration, pioneering, and extermination tasks were put aside for now as one elite legion after another began to hurry to the front. This war won't end as simply as the last time when we rooted out the vanguard squad of Dragon Sleep Valley. During that confrontation, although almost the entire force of Tianyuan City was deployed, the difficulty was finding the enemy's contaminant device in a short time. The actual clash only seemed dangerous during duo Last King vs King battle. After all, the enemy possessed the power of the soul realm. But that, in his eyes, was not a real war, just a battle among a few powerhouses. Now, however, it was different. What should our next move be, to hold our ground or to counterattack? He was pondering. He was also paying attention to the situation in Red Mountain City. Red Mountain City was the main target of Dragon Sleep Valley's offensive. After all, if Dragon Sleep Valley wanted to invade the Taixuan realm, the Red Mountain City passage was the shortcut. Dragon Sleep Valley attacking the 10 Directions Island domain held little strategic significance now. But Tianyuan City couldn't be unguarded. The invasion of the Red Mist had already begun. Great Lord Shepherd always liked to be prepared for multiple eventualities. What should I do if Dragon Sleep Valley advances towards us? Of course, this isn't just my concern. Other lords in Taixuan will also join the battle, forming a coalition to slay the dragon. However, I cannot allow the slightest risk to Lord safety. I must consider using the least force to deal with the most enemies. The minimal strength is that of his direct lineage in Tianyuan City. Mu Yuan had already planned to recall Yuda, Rakshasa, and Hong Yi. Yuda and Rakshasa needed to go through the handover of defensive zones. Mu Yuan opened the panel and arranged the soldiers of Tianyuan City by level. Duo Lai, Legendary Heaven and Earth Realm Peak, 2.95 W. Dead Bone, Legendary Heaven and Earth Realm Peak, 2.55 W. Ilo, Legendary Heaven and Earth Realm Peak, 1.37 W. Whether it was Dead Bone, Duo Lai, or Ilo, once these few had ascended to legendary life forms, the expansion of their domain radius was as simple as eating and drinking. No, you can discard as simple as epic lives, even if they do nothing at all, just breathe, and lie flat, can still continuously improve their level, up to the 4-order peak. The same goes for legendary lives, even if they completely lie flat, their domain radius will increase slowly and steadily. Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and Ilo, all enjoyed the highest standard of cultivation treatment, with the expansion of their domains growing at an incredible pace. The normal peak of the Heaven and Earth realm is a radius of 5,000 meters. The basic condition for advancing to the Soul realm. Of course, in the eyes of truly ambitious, potentially powerful strongmen, the 5,000-meter level is not the peak but just the beginning. The vast majority of strongmen will break through to the Soul realm at around 6 to 7 kilometers level. This is already genius. A genius within the legendary realm. Those who exceed 10 kilometers have infinite potential to become future top figures. These individuals often have special bloodline, heaven-defying opportunities, and cheat-level talents. For the 3, Dead Bone, in the first month of ascension, their domain radius growth had already exceeded 5,000 meters. When Duo Lai dealt with the incoming Soul Realm strongman from Dragon Sleep Valley, its domain radius was only slightly more than 13,000 meters. Now, it's more than 29,000 meters. If its domain were to fully expand, it could devour this entire domain of heaven and earth. The whole domain, vast like a secret realm, a world. Duo Lai, Dead Bone's current combat power, taking on a real soul realm is probably not a problem. The main improvement from the heaven and earth realm to the soul realm reflects in the soul, special abilities, and life-saving capabilities. Even among the strong men in the soul realm, he felt that Bone and Duo could also fight. And probably win. The reason it's probably is that neither of the two had ever fought a real soul realm. What Duo Lai had fought was only a descended being with most of the power of a soul realm original. But for the third realm of the legendary realm, the lore realm, Mu Yuan had no confidence at all. Within the 3 legendary realms, the third realm, the lore realm, has the greatest improvement. In the eyes of the top strong men, both the heaven and earth realm and the soul realm are merely stages for laying the foundation. Only the third realm, the lore realm, can truly wield great power and appreciate the mysteries of heaven and earth. And the difference between the strong and weak in the legendary third realm is as significant as the sky. The powerful, invincible third realm, and the barely passing third realm, are simply not of the same species. Mu Yuan was not sure if Dead Bone and Duo Lai could take on the weakest of the third realm. But both of them possessed not weak conceptual powers, and some methods that even those in the third realm could not understand. At the very least, they could contend with strong men of the third realm. I'm not confident. After all, I have never seen a third realm strongman make a move, so I can't make any judgment. He never thought he would advance so quickly, nor that the enemies would come so fiercely. The third realm is almost at their face, not really. Ranked 4th on the Tianyuan City level list is Tree Demon Granny, Heaven and Earth Realm Peak, 7.5k. Tianyuan City's peak strongmen are only the above 4. Oh wait, he, Lord Shepherd, is also one of them. Beyond that, are Tianyuan City's ordinary legendary realm. Lulu, Xiayi, Rakshasa, Sophia, Hongyi, Xilu, 17, Yuda, Sario, Jun, Lianyu, Laney. 4 peak legendaries. 12 ordinary legendaries. They can be called the Tianyuan 16 generals. Among them, Jun, Lianyu, and Laney are the newly ascended legends of Tianyuan City in recent times. When Mu Yuan thinks of having 16 legendary strongmen in his own city, he is overwhelmed with emotions, but then he remembers that the number of monster legends they've slain far exceeds this number, and he feels that 16 legends are not enough. 160, 1600, maybe that would be about right. If he could have 1,000 of epics, why not 1,000 legends? Among the legendary generals, Xiayi had ascended to epic 3 stars in the last couple of days. Generals below the legendary rank, such as the Water Mirror Dragon Daifu, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, Qing Shuang, and Irene, have also sequentially advanced to epic 3 stars rank. They are only a step or two away from the legendary realm. In addition, Tianyuan City has more than 500 epic elites. These elites are basically 4 order leader strongmen, with over half of them having already cultivated to the peak of 4 order. Among them, only a very few already have a domain or ignited the light of will. In another half a year, 1 year, or 2, they will also sequentially step into the legendary realm. Assuming Tianyuan City's supply of breakthrough treasures is sufficient. Mu Yuan's head throbbed at the thought of having to provide hundreds of legendary items for breakthroughs. Continue reading at Empire. But he had to support his own soldiers, no matter how much it hurt. This also represents the war potential of my Tianyuan City, he said. With so many powerful characters and elites, perhaps, he also needed a suitable enemy. We must completely sever the claws that Dragon Sleep Valley is reaching out. We must block the claws that Dragon Sleep Valley is reaching out. We must block them. In Red Mountain City, several leaders of the pioneer group stood atop the city walls, gazing into the distance, with the city lord of Red Mountain keeping them company. The Green Mountain Lord's expression was gloomy as he turned to an elder beside him. Elder Qin, has the summoning order been issued? How many frontier lords are prepared to come? The elder stroked his stubble. These things can't be rushed. Without the Langxing platform, we can't immediately contact some lords. At the moment, the lords who have received and responded include Lord Longtian, Lord of Ba Long, Lord of Yushan. The Green Mountain Lord's eyes brightened at the sight of the word Tianyuan on the list. He had long heard that Lord Tianyuan and his division general had slain 4 crimson dragons outside of Red Mountain City. Having him would mean having a strong army. Elder Qin shook his head slightly. It seems that Tianyuan City is facing a new threat. Tianyuan has even recalled the division generals who were deployed elsewhere. I estimate. If they had known about this earlier, they wouldn't have sent an invitation to Tianyuan. In Panxi City, at the professional association, the Zhang City Lord working there also received the call to action from the war zone. He was an independent lord, who didn't often stay in his own territory. He spent his time either training successors at the association or rushing to the front lines. Zhang Cheng had long been accustomed to this kind of life. This time, he didn't hesitate to respond to the call. Old buddy, we're going to fight side by side again. Don't look so down. We're going against Dragon Sleep Valley. We might get some treasures that enhance dragon bloodlines. Then, you two could step into the epic rank. At that moment, ripples appeared in the space not far away. A ghost of the underworld emerged, pulling out a sealed treasure box from a storage ring. The ghost spoke, President Zhang, your express delivery. Please sign for it, thank you. Zhang Cheng, my express delivery. Zhang Cheng was puzzled but confirmed it was indeed for him. After checking it, he removed the seal and opened the treasure box. A rich essence of dragon soul immediately dispersed. A partial soul of the giant dragon could be seen tumbling inside. A dragon soul. This giant dragon soul, extracted from a fallen giant dragon, lacked consciousness and was a top-notch item for purifying dragon bloodlines. Unfortunately, such treasures were rarely seen on the Taixuan Covenant platform. He couldn't afford it when he had seen one before. Now he had enough contributions, but there were no dragon souls available for purchase. Who sent such a precious gift? It seems to come from an office in Tianyuan City, the ghost pondered and responded. Tian Yuan. Zhang Cheng recalled the young man he met during a resource assessment. He had only provided some insignificant assistance at the time. With Tian Yuan's talent, his rise was inevitable. This gift is too precious, I cannot accept it. Take it back, he said. The ghost pointed to the small text, the dragon soul cannot be preserved for long, if taken back, its power would dissipate completely. Zhang Cheng looked towards the drooling two-headed flying dragon nearby and ultimately accepted the gift. Tian Yuan City. Xilu roared as one dragon soul after another materialized in an array of colors. She shattered one and turned it into a crystallization. It's really hard to preserve these dragon souls. Old Zhang will accept it, right? Mu Yuan muttered. Certainly, Zhang Cheng's initial interest was based on his excellent performance, but the help provided by President Zhang was a favor, not an obligation. And now, he was in a position to reciprocate. Just then, Ilo approached and said, Lord, we have received a call from the Shattered Island War Zone. What is our response? Chapter 467. The Tian Yuan army arrives. Mu Yuan flipped through the brief information on the Shattered Island War Zone. This war zone was being established. Compared to the small one he managed, which was established to guard against the heart of corruption, the Shattered Island War Zone was the actual battlefield. After all, the function of a war zone is warfare, and there had been no real war in the 10 Directions Island domain. The Shattered Island War Zone enjoyed similar rule bonuses as the Great War Zone of Hang Mountain. Shall we go? Mu Yuan only pondered for a moment before he replied, Go, why not go? We can now be fairly certain that the vanguard army from Dragon Sleep Valley facing Red Mountain City and the enemy in our Western Island domain are one and the same. They are precisely the foes we need to confront. Now that the war zone is established and countless lords have responded to the call, it's much better than us fighting alone, we should certainly contribute our strength. Actually, if Dragon Sleep Valley were to officially attack the 10 Directions Island domain, the Taishan Alliance would similarly establish a war zone in the domain and call upon the lords to join the battle. But the rallying power of these two scenarios is not the same. The 10 Directions Island domain is located in a remote area, while Red Mountain City is in the heartland of the Alliance, already posing a real threat to the Taishan Alliance. At least, if the defenses of Red Mountain City were to collapse, the regions of Panchi City, Red Maple City, and Tian City would all suffer disaster. Countless territories would fall, compelling the lords to take the situation seriously. Mu Yuan also did not wish for the entire 10 Directions Island domain to become a land ravaged by war. He wanted to hold the enemy at bay outside his door. Ilo laughed softly, an answer that's not unexpected, worthy of being our lord. Then that's the response I'll give. Tian Yuan City is never afraid of war. Neither is she, a civil officer. If there's war, it could also alleviate the pressing need for high-order resources. Ilo said, as far as I know, the newly established Shattered Island War Zone has attracted quite a few pioneers. Officials have provided policy support to the war zone, with a 10% increase on contribution points and merit gained from tasks over the next half a year. In addition, according to war zone rules, the spoils from destroying and purifying the root of corruption, pillar of filth, and the heart of corruption, shall be available for the pioneers of this war zone to exchange at a discounted price based on their contributions, which is also quite attractive to the ordinary frontier lords. Mu Yuan nodded. However, he was well aware that many powerful individuals and lords came not just for contribution points but for the defense of their homeland. But the war zone, naturally, could not let the soldiers defending their homeland become disheartened. He asked, the Shattered Island War Zone, which means the war zone has been established with the island domain opposite us as the base point, right? Before Ilo could answer, he mused to himself. That makes sense. The best way to fend off the enemy is to not let them cross the threshold. And only by establishing the site of miracles in the Shattered Isles can we guarantee 100% that the whole domain will not become entirely the Red Mist land. But based on the current situation, Ilo said, it seems the Alliance organized a surprise attack, but it was repelled by Dragon Sleep Valley. They were unable to establish a fortress in the Shattered Isles. For now, the war zone can only establish defensive camps around the collapsed voids, just as we have done. The two could no longer procure more specific information. Deng Long, leading a group of Tian Yuan reinforcements, was still inside Red Mountain City, but Deng Long was not a war zone commander and couldn't access the real classified information. Mu Yuan said, on our entry into the war zone this time, we'll focus on a select few elite soldiers and powerful division generals. Let's see. I'll have 17, Hong Yi who's currently in the Taixuan realm, and Rakshasa and Yuta who are on their way back make a move first. The rest shall continue constructing our western defenses. You should also send a manifestation over with the remaining scepter of stars. This way, if any emergencies arise, we'll be able to promptly call back division general level powerhouses, or summon a few strong reinforcements. Interdimensional teleportation is a huge burden on ILO when dealing with large numbers of people, but sending a dozen or so powerhouses through the Starry Sky Gate was no issue. The war planning of Tianyuan City began to adjust. 17, who had just returned to the city, led a group of elites skilled in defense to Red Mountain City. Liu Lu and several division generals were rushing to build camps and construct defenses. Stay connected with Empire. Daisy was purchasing blueprints and war supplies. Sophia entered the Shattered Isles to see if she could uncover more information. At that moment, Red Mountain City. Here was no longer the front line against Dragon Sleep Valley, the foremost defense line was located hundreds of miles away. The distance was actually not far. Thus, Red Mountain City now assumed the responsibility of the frontline headquarters. A big shot arrived and took over the defenses of Red Mountain City, which left the city lord of Red Mountain somewhat helplessly resigned. However, Red Mountain faced the dire Dragon Sleep Valley, he had little choice but to let Red Mountain City become a temporary command center. It was the most correct and appropriate decision. It's only temporary, after all. Once the war is over, the defenses of Red Mountain will naturally return to my hands. Previously, the operation of my Red Mountain City was constrained by the group anyway, I have no need for size. Besides, this situation is an opportunity for me, even one that might only come once in 1,000 years. Seeing something from a different angle naturally leads to vastly different outcomes. With Red Mountain City under conscription, he could earn no small amount of contribution points and pioneering merits. He could also hold a not-so-low rank within the Shattered Island War Zone. Otherwise, with his combat power, military force, and experience, he would at best be a captain in the war zone. Not only that, but this time, quite a few pioneers will pour into Red Mountain City, along with professional adventurers and lords coming to aid. My ordinarily quiet Red Mountain City will also become incredibly lively. The Lord of Red Mountain City had already been purchasing a large amount of raw materials, manufacturing a plethora of potions, supplies, and munitions within his city. His modest Red Mountain City naturally couldn't supply the vast war zone, but even so, he was set to make a fortune. He would have the opportunity to acquire high-order troops, hone his own soldiers, and obtain a wealth of resource treasures. The entire Red Mountain City could seize this chance to leap like a fish over the Dragon Gate. The Lord of Red Mountain City felt that quite a few of his peer lords were looking at him with eyes tinged with envy and jealousy. Gazing into the distance, the Lord of Red Mountain City said, "This is the war to defend our homes, with no retreat. We only have everything if we hold out, otherwise, we will have nothing at all." He busied himself within the city, assisting with the allocation and transportation of materials. He was a senior logistics officer within the war zone. Meanwhile, at command headquarters, about a dozen strong characters looked at the projection map in front of them and frowned slightly. Among these strong individuals was the 5-star frontier Lord Green Mountain, whose legion was currently the most powerful in the Shattered Isles war zone. There was Sword Saint Tian He, representing the Panshi City Legion as well as the will of Lord Panshi. There was Lake Mountain Dean, representing the reinforcements from Tian City. There was Elder Qin from the Logistics Development Department. Elder Qin, who usually stayed in the Twilight Dominion, had personally come to Red Mountain City this time. There were also Fei Yan, Dragon Sky, Zhongcheng, and several other frontier lords. The situation looks rather grim. Lord Green Mountain spoke, "We didn't expect that the vanguard army from Dragon Sleep Valley would set up their main base not far across the passage. With this, we have absolutely no strategic space. As soon as we enter the Shattered Isles, we will be forcefully encircled by the enemy, not to mention establishing a foothold. Battlefields hinge on environment and home field advantage. Usually, when they confronted a first-rate overlord like Dragon Sleep Valley, they always had the home field advantage. The war zone could resist the encroachment of the red mist, weaken the enemy, and strengthen our side. This time, however, the enemy firmly held the home field advantage. In the thick red mist, the Soul Realm powerhouses from Dragon Sleep Valley could even descend one after another, yet they suffered greatly from the erosion of the red mist. What were they to use to resist? They couldn't even cross the enemy's line to penetrate deeper into the Shattered Isles domain. Minister Qin said, "We were caught off guard this time. The pressing matter is to hold the defensive perimeter around the void, to prevent the filth from further encroaching into our Taixuan heartland." As soon as he finished speaking, a communications officer responsible for maintaining contact with the front lines spoke out in a panic at a corner of the headquarters. "DRA, dragons from Dragon Sleep Valley are attacking. 2 of our frontline camps have been destroyed, and a monster tide is surging out." The strong characters present changed their expressions slightly. Lord Green Mountain closed his eyes, and upon opening them, he was already at the void defense line. He descended into the body he had long prepared for himself. A giant with a greyish-green body covered with countless plants and trees slowly stood up. His gaze swept the area. It was decisive, sharp, and with one punch, he struck out. The ground split open, and numerous plants, like ground spikes, sprouted from the earth, forming a long line of thorny wilderness that stretched for kilometers. Lord Green Mountain continued to unleash his punches. With punch after punch, he ferociously slaughtered the monsters. With the cooperation of the other strong characters, they quickly repelled the attack from Dragon Sleep Valley. But 2 garrison sites have been destroyed, many elites have been wounded or killed in battle, and what's more, a Dragon Sleep Valley commando team has breached our defenses and entered our Taixuan domain. A commander reported. Recalling the situation, Lord Green Mountain remembered seeing several crimson dragons flying southward. The battlefield was too chaotic at the time, the enemy too distant for him to intervene. Back at headquarters, Minister Qin said, "We must annihilate those crimson dragons." This was after all not a great war zone set far from the borders. It was right within the Alliance's territory. Otherwise, why would the Alliance construct the war zone at the forefront, setting up a base on an island domain opposite the Shattered Isles, if not for having some room for error? But now there was none. A few crimson dragons and a group of high-order monsters could easily obliterate many towns and even small city domains within the Alliance territory. Elder Qin mounted the wings of the Wind King and flew out swiftly. Lord Green Mountain also soared into the sky. But suddenly, the front line reported another round of urgent combat situations, a new assault from Dragon Sleep Valley. Lord Green Mountain stood high up, looking around, caught in hesitation. Minister Qin said, "You are to take charge of the defense. Xiao Long, Xiao Zhang and a few others will pursue them." Lord Green Mountain, "Yes." Suddenly, his objectives became clear. The few people mentioned by Minister Qin were those with flying mounts. Even if they were merely 4th-order peak flying mounts, flying at full strength was faster than a legendary realm character simply harnessing the power of heaven and earth. Elder Qin's Wings of the Wind King was known for its unrivaled legendary speed. He quickly caught up to the Dragon Sleep Valley raiding squad. Far off, a large group of flying monsters, led by 4 robust crimson dragons with deep red to almost black bodies, were at the forefront. Shadow dragons. Skilled in stealth and swift escape. Minister Qin, with his broad experience, recognized them immediately, even though these transformed crimson dragons differed somewhat in form from the actual giant dragons. He intercepted them with great speed. But the 4 shadow dragons had no intention of engaging with him. Flying monsters scattered in all directions, these were all 4th-order boss-level creatures with intelligence. 3 shadow dragons slipped into the shadows and swiftly departed, their figures and auras quickly fading. The Wings of the Wind King whipped up a storm. A teal tempest filled the skies and the earth, slaughtering many 4th-order monsters in an instant and forcing the shadow dragons to dodge left and right, drawing them out of the shadow mist. However, at that moment, the remaining shadow dragon spread out its domain, creating a vast shadowy spiderweb realm that enveloped everything below. Minister Qin struggled momentarily, unable to break free. After all, it was an epic dragon, desperately blocking their way. The Wings of the Wind King were also of epic status, just a bit stronger. "You go after the other 3 dragons." By this time, Lord Longtian, Lord Fiyan, and Zhang City Lord arrived one after another. The fastest among them was Lord Longtian, who rode the legendary realm Molten Steel Wirm. In his hand, he held a blazing long spear. The spear shot out, nailing it to the distant space. A wall of flames, spanning 1,000 meters, was thus formed. The shadow dragon, aflame, turned back with a sinister gaze. Its form vanished suddenly, reappearing next to the molten steel Wirm as a crescent-shaped blade of shadow emerged. Pucci! The dragon scales shattered, the wound reaching the bone. The molten steel Wirm howled in pain, unable to maintain flight, and fell from midair. Lord Longtian, damn! He's crashed again. These shadow dragons are no joke. The reason Dragon Sleep Valley could rank among the top dominions was that all members of their direct lineage were of legendary status. There were no weaklings in the legendary realm of Dragon Sleep Valley. And these shadow dragons seemed to be more than just ordinary dragons serving as combat power units. Lord Fian and the leader of Zhang City soon realized the enemy was tough to handle. They simply lacked the power to intercept. Zhang City's leader, a newly emerged legend, wouldn't have lasted long if the shadow dragons weren't so intent on fleeing. There seemed to be reinforcements coming. In the distance, at the horizon's edge, a small squad was making haste. In the middle of the squad, 8 fierce ghosts with green faces and fangs, massive and gruesome, carried a palanquin. On it lay a figure, languid in red robes and dress, as vibrant as blood. Suddenly, more work to do. Minions, it's time for you to exert yourselves. Hong Yi glanced at the 2 shadow dragons flying away on her left and right. She merely opened the underworld ghost market. Dark fog swirled, and in the blink of an eye, 10,000 meters seemed to turn into a forbidding domain of the ghost market. She directly drew the 2 shadow dragons into it. Within the ghost market, shop doors swung wide, droves of spirits surged out, shrieking, roaring, drooling with anticipation. Although she could use the Eye of Reincarnation to instantly kill a shadow dragon, that would be so tiring, and why would she keep so many little ghosts if not to use them? Find your next read on Empire. Meanwhile, the battlefield near the Void defense line was intense. The Green Mountain Lord, transformed into a grey giant, had reached the breach in the defense line, the devastated camp's location, and was staunchly blocking the influx of the monster tide. But the number of monsters was overwhelming, with legendary realm creatures and crimson dragons attacking incessantly. Camp 4. The defenses were on the verge of collapse, with several high-order professionals cutting down monsters but looking deathly pale. Suddenly, an arrow flew in, followed by dozens, then hundreds more, raining down like a deluge and piercing the hearts and heads of the monsters with deadly precision. But compared to the wave of monsters, this assault was still a drop in the ocean. In the next moment, the sky darkened as day turned to night. Amidst the night, a brilliant starry sky appeared. Suddenly, a vast expanse of stars. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of meteors fell from this starry sky. The Yuan forces had arrived. Chapter 468. Warzone Commander. The Yuan army had arrived not long ago, and the mighty army of Dragon Sleep Valley, originally fighting desperately, retreated behind the void afterwards. Looking at the stars dotting the azure sky, the Green Mountain Lord muttered to himself, Dragon Sleep Valley isn't just a powerful overlord power, they're also well aware of our human tactics and fighting styles. They clearly understand that a Taishan strongman just used strategic skills, or executed some sort of large-scale magic or united spell. Enjoy more content from Empire. However, whether it was strategic skills, large-scale magic, or united spells, they all had usage restrictions. Once used now, it'd be difficult to use them again for at least some time in the future. Dragon Sleep Valley is too cunning, otherwise, under the falling stars, they would at least be able to counterattack and even annihilate some of the enemy's living forces. In the sky, the vast starry sky swiftly dissipated, revealing the previously clear blue sky dotted with white clouds. Below the sky, strands of red mist drifted, like stains on white paper, particularly eye-catching. 17 slowly released the bowstring, stopping the arrow of no mind she had been charging. Ilo also dispersed the authority of the starry sky, allowing the seasons of the world to return to their normal state. At this moment, around the void defense line, the Guardian soldiers hurried to eliminate monsters that still clung to life, tallying losses and cleaning up the carcasses, and repairing the damaged defense line. The defense line at the passage entrance was constructed around 10 Guardian camps. These 10 camps weren't placed directly in front of the collapsed void, but at a distance of 20 to 30 miles away. This distance allowed the range of Taishan city defense weapons to cover the entrance and exit of the passage while leaving strategic space for the various Guardian camps. But to a legendary realm being, 20 to 30 miles was still far too close. Just moments before, a strongman from Dragon Sleep Valley had used disruptive techniques and swarmed out, destroying 2 Guardian camps and countless city defense weapons in one fell swoop, before breaking through the defense line and sprinting towards the outside world. In the Shattered Island defense area, this line of defense was far from complete and was still too fragile. Fortunately, the reinforcements arrived just in time, scaring off Dragon Sleep Valley, or else, our defense line would have crumbled even more. By the way, which Pioneer Army Corps was that who made the move just now? Transformed into a giant, the Green Mountain Lord couldn't move about extensively, he only caught the moment the reinforcing strongman made the move from a great distance away from the defense area. The person had struck from dozens of miles away. Just from this detail, he could tell that this was an absolute powerhouse, wonderful indeed. Next to the Green Mountain Lord stood a young man with a feather cap, behind whom a pair of cyan wings of wind spread. Lord Ming Feng. A 2-star legendary realm frontier lord. At the moment, his face was a bit astonished. I heard it was a Tianyuan powerhouse who took action, could I have heard wrong? No, you probably didn't hear wrong. Green Mountain said, although I've never seen a Tianyuan powerhouse make a move, I've heard from Dragon Sky, Fian and the others that Lord Tianyuan has some very strong generals. Tianyuan is a very young lord, but probably he has already fostered numerous legends, and not one of them is ordinary. That's strong. Lord Ming Feng opened his mouth in surprise, and here I am, only fostering 3 legends, am I already being overtaken by the younger generation? He looked towards the Green Mountain Lord, but of course, Boss Green Mountain, you're definitely stronger. After finishing his sentence, he couldn't help but slap himself. Being stronger than Tianyuan was a given for Boss Green Mountain and was not something to be proud of. Boss Green Mountain was a 5-star frontier lord and a veteran powerhouse among the pioneer group. Green Mountain did not deny it. He just looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with years of experience. I actually hope that Lord Tianyuan is stronger than me. That way, the heavy burden of the war zone wouldn't have to press solely upon himself. He couldn't bear it. Regarding the choice of regional commander for the Shattered Island Great War Zone, we must make a decision quickly. We've been outflanked by Dragon Sleep Valley from the start, and we don't match up in overall strength. At this time, without a commander to control the overall situation and exert authority, how can we confront Dragon Sleep Valley? In the main city of Lake Haven Lake, the Pioneer Group meeting room. One after another, powerful beings either arrived in person or sent their projections. The majority of them were legendary beings, and the few non-legends were executive officers in the association, wielding significant authority and were older members of the Pioneer Group with deep experience and numerous merits. An old Pioneer Group warrior said, "Why not just nominate Green Mountain Lord directly? If we insist, he has no reason to refuse. It's an opportunity countless frontier lords would seek but not obtain." Not appropriate. Green Mountain does have a bit of a confidence issue, and this battle is an uphill one, he's indeed not quite suitable. How about we seek help further up, call a general directly from the Great War Zone? Who can we call? The Scarlet Mist Tide is approaching, and calling in a general would take a substantial amount of time. Generals can't be called, but we can try to transfer one of the Great War Zone's defending generals, like Ice Fist Lord of Hang Mountain. He seems quite good. Yes, that doesn't seem bad, but not more suitable than Green Mountain. Gentlemen, why don't we let Tianyuan take on the role of regional commander for this war zone? The meeting room suddenly fell silent. The people turned to look at a projection on one side of the round table. Elder Qin, Minister Qin. Elder Qin was only a legendary realm powerhouse, not even at its peak, but as the head of the Logistics Development Department, nobody could ignore his suggestion. But Tianyuan? Wasn't Tianyuan still just a young kid? If it's Tianyuan, maybe it could work. Spoke a lord who was about the same age as Minister Qin but did not appear old at all. Instead, he was full of charm. Lord Heavenly Splendor. Her true body wasn't present, but she not only invested in the construction of Tianhua Academy in Tian City, she also built one pioneer outpost after another deep in the wilderness of the Twilight Dominion. In war zones like Hang Mountain and Longshan Pass, the figures of Heavenly Splendor powerhouses were also active. The Heavenly Splendor faction holds considerable weight throughout the whole Taishan. Why would Lord Heavenly Splendor say such a thing? But Lord Tianyuan, neither in terms of combat power, seniority, nor pioneering achievements, is sufficiently qualified, right? Several senior soldiers of the Pioneer Group looked at each other. Before they could say anything else, Lord Heavenly Splendor opened her mouth, "Bring me some information on Lord Tianyuan." Yes. The secretary standing behind Lord Heavenly Splendor spoke. Soon, the secretary brought over a stack of documents. Lord Heavenly Splendor glanced at them and then tossed them to the others. It briefly records some achievements of the Tianyuan territory, but you can also inquire about them on your own. Inside the conference room, several powerhouses picked up the stack of documents. At the very top, it displayed Lord Tian Yuan, 4-star Frontier Lord. Senior soldiers of the Pioneer Group. 4 stars, Pioneer, Lord. In the Pioneer Group, those above the 3-star level are considered senior soldiers, with illustrious military service and an extraordinary status. The military service of the Pioneer Group can be accumulated continuously, but without a significant amount of great deeds, a Frontier Lord may not be promoted to the 3-star level for their entire life. The 3-star level signifies status and achievement. At the same time, only 3-star Pioneer Lords and their division generals can possibly serve as high-ranking officers in the Great War Zones. Tian Yuan territory's high-end combat strength is quite extraordinary, with a number of legends among them, but the Tian Yuan territory hasn't been established for long and hasn't been part of the Pioneer Group for long either. Where did they get such high achievements? The senior soldiers continued reading down the list. The Tian Yuan territory's major achievements include 2. Halting and purifying the construction of the heart of corruption. Halting and repelling the Vanguard Army Squadron from Dragon Sleep Valley. These are achievements that can be verified within the Pioneer Group system, and they cannot be faked. Initially, when Sword Lord Liashi's squadron made a surprise attack on Dragon Sleep Valley and slashed a claw of Dragon Sleep Valley, there were also contributions from Tian Yuan. Being able to purify the heart of corruption and repel the Vanguard Army Squadron from Dragon Sleep Valley. The strength of Tian Yuan territory, evidently, is much greater than they had imagined. These 2 are major achievements. The chance to earn major achievements are rare, but even if others were presented with such opportunities, they may not have the ability to seize them and could instead fall into danger. Tian Yuan seized the opportunities, not once but twice, which speaks volumes. Tian Yuan territory not only has major achievements but also a string of minor ones. Previously, Lord Tian Yuan rushed to the aid of Red Mountain City, stemmed the tide, repelled the monster horde, and slaughtered the flesh giant dragon, accounting for 2 minor achievements. Besides, General Tian Yuan, Hong Yi, led the logistics transport team back and forth to the Great War Zone many times, during which, by strategy and strength, he twice steered the transport team away from danger, accounting for a number of achievements. General Tian Yuan, Rakshasa, and General Tian Yuan, Yuda, repeatedly rescued allies in Hang Mountain Great War Zone and killed legendary realm monsters multiple times, with outstanding military service. Tian Yuan City also has several instances of defeating the monster overlords of the region. The number of flesh giant dragons slain by Lord Tian Yuan and his division generals might exceed 10. Lord Tian Yuan is already among those frontier lords with comparatively rich experience against Dragon Sleep Valley. I hadn't expected Lord Tian Yuan to have so many illustrious achievements already. A senior soldier murmured. All this time, apart from the newcomers' trials, festival grounds, and the strife of Dragon Court, Tian Yuan City has been exceptionally low-key, without many public achievements. But now, upon looking, not to mention achievements, Tian Yuan City has accumulated many merits. In terms of merit, a 4-star Frontier Lord is not low-ranking, at least, they are eligible to be nominated for Regional Commander of the Shattered Island War Zone. In terms of combat power, these numerous battles are enough to indicate that Lord Tian Yuan wields formidable strength. In terms of experience and capability, Lord Tian Yuan is not someone who has cultivated behind closed doors. He is a lord who has fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and most of the wars he has presided over have been against the odds. Tian Yuan is too young, which initially gave them the impression that he met none of the requirements. In fact, he meets them all. Now, let's hear your thoughts. I agree. I second the motion. I second the motion. However, a regional commander of a medium-sized war zone couldn't be decided with just a minor meeting. The commander needed the support of the masses. Naturally, before taking office, the war zone commander had to gain the support of the majority of pioneers within the war zone. Their meeting was merely to discuss and nominate the candidates. The Pioneer Lord themselves had to have the desire to take up the role of commander. Then, let's convene the official meeting. The official meeting was soon convened in the conference hall of Tian City. Veteran officers and the heads of the major associations took their seats one by one. Some arrived in person, others sent their avatars, and many more appeared as projections. The combat lords who participated in the Shattered Island War Zone, and pioneers of 1-star level and above also had seats here. They could make suggestions and cast their precious votes, with higher star level frontier lords having more voting weight. The participating pioneers also took their seats one by one. Only a few were present in person, with some lords appearing as projections or sending their representatives to attend as observers. The representative from Tianyuan City was Daisy, who had already arrived in Tian City. During this meeting, we will select the commander and vice commander candidates for the Shattered Island War Zone. The nominated lords include Lord Tianyuan, Green Mountain Lord, Broken Rock Lord, Rain Dust Lord. As soon as Tianyuan's name was mentioned, many people in the room became visibly stunned. Ba Long was one of them. Stay connected with Empire. He had also answered the call of the war zone, where his power could be of greater effect in such a new zone. The Tenglong Lord was another one. He had seen the style of Tianyuan powerhouse in the Great War Zone. But at that time, both the Tianyuan powerhouse and his Dragon Blood Royal Cavalry were green-handed junior officers in the war zone. In the blink of an eye, Tianyuan was a candidate for commander. Lord Long Tian was also among them. He thought everyone was still a novice frontier lord, but in the blink of an eye, he was still a novice while someone else was already a bigwig. Was that fair? Lord Long Tian and Tenglong Lord had personally witnessed Tianyuan, but many of the pioneers and lords present only knew Tianyuan by the name of Young Genius. They felt this was unreasonable, too outrageous. However, upon glancing at the distributed materials, their eyes widened once again. The document listed dozens of distinguished battle achievements of Tianyuan City. Slain monster legends and defended cities and territories were just the most common and ordinary among these achievements. Lord Tianyuan had led his army to defeat the monster overlord, had thwarted the conspiracies of Dragon Sleep Valley, and had ambushed the powerhouses from Dragon Sleep Valley. A major victory by the Tai-Xian alliance against Dragon Sleep Valley 6 months ago was also closely related to Lord Tianyuan. If these accomplishments weren't considered distinguished, then whose would be? Lord Tianyuan was also just a greenhand in the pioneer group. He had not been with the pioneer group long and had already earned countless merits. This was simply incredible. Ba Long, not unworthy of being Tianyuan. The man who can command giant dragons. Lord Long Tian, I am not as good either. Some lord, Tianyuan has repeatedly defeated monster overlords, his rise is like a comet, having such a commander lead us seems quite good. After all, there was no better choice. Moreover, Lord Tianyuan's potential was unparalleled. With him here, if we can't repel Dragon Sleep Valley this year, what about next year, the year after, or the years to follow? It seemed quite feasible. Do any of you have objections to the nominated individuals? Now, let us begin voting for Lord Tianyuan as the acting commander of the Shattered Island War Zone. A vote of more than 2/3 will pass the resolution. The result will be reported to headquarters, where the alliance will formally grant Lord Tianyuan the position of acting commander of the war zone. The supreme command of the Shattered Island War Zone was about to be inaugurated. Commander, Tianyuan. Vice Commanders, Green Mountain, Rain Dust, Broken Rock. The news quickly spread throughout the entire war zone and into the ears of countless lords and professionals who were watching this battle. Chapter 469. The Soldiers and Generals of Tianyuan City. About the appointment as the commander of the war zone, Mu Yuan, of course, knew before the results were out. It was precisely because he did not refuse that his nomination for commander officially appeared at the meeting. A commander of a war zone. It's inconceivable that he didn't want to be the commander. However, he had never entertained such a notion before. He was just a small lord of Xiaodeng, with very little experience, and in terms of combat power, he only had a dozen or so generals of the heaven and earth realm. With numerous strong individuals emerging from the Tai-Xian alliance, compared with the real giant lords, his own forces were very weak. When Elder Qin told him that the organization intended for him to take command of the Shattered Island War Zone, Mu Yuan couldn't help but be astonished. Me as the commander. I'm battling Dragon Sleep Valley. Although he was astonished, he did not refuse, nor was he afraid. Fear? Would that mean he wouldn't have to fight Dragon Sleep Valley? He had already been fighting Dragon Sleep Valley. His grudge with Dragon Sleep Valley could even be traced back to half a year ago. Time and again, the peace of the 10 Directions Island domain was disrupted by Dragon Sleep Valley. They were always forced to defend, and time again, their city was assaulted by the monster tide. All he wanted was to lead a tranquil life. Commanding a war zone, uniting countless pioneers, with the power of a frontier lord, this time, we must trim the claws of Dragon Sleep Valley. But the pressing matter seems to be sticking to our old business. Defense. The appointment has been issued, but he has to wait for the alliance to officially confer authority before he is the commander of the war zone. There is no difference between the authority of an acting commander and that of a commander. The reason he is acting is directly related to his lack of experience. He still needs to fight 1 or 2 impressive battles. Yuan began pondering his next strategic move. At this time, Shattered Island War Zone, the collapsed hollow area. Defense lines are still being constructed, level by level. According to the plans of the war zone staff, they would establish 2 defense circles in the hollow area, 1 small and 1 large. With 2 big defense circles, there would not be another incident like last time when the Crimson Dragon forcibly broke through and invaded deep into our territory. However, the first defense circle was not yet completed, not to mention the more peripheral one. Today is the 4th day since the establishment of the Shattered Island War Zone. Over these days, monster tides have occasionally surged out from the collapsed hollows, but direct line powerhouses from Dragon Sleep Valley have seldom launched raids. Even though there are few raids, the warriors outside the defense line still dare not let their guard down, especially when the monster tide appears. The defending soldiers, particularly the warriors at the legendary realm, cannot afford a moment of complacency and must always be on high alert. Perhaps, this is the tactic of Dragon Sleep Valley. But once the defense line is built, and with sufficient early warning methods, they won't always have to use the human radar. The construction of the defense line is swift, with miracle buildings rising from the ground, and one after another transport teams bringing war resources and weapons. Thanks to the location of the Shattered Island Defense Zone, situated within the Alliance territory, there's no strategic depth and absolutely no margin for error, but the Shattered Island War Zone does have some advantages as well as disadvantages. It's much easier for the War Zone to acquire resources than for the frontline Great War Zone. The teams transporting supplies, apart from those organized by the Logistics Development Department, also include many lords, trade associations, and private mercenary groups taking on the task. Some lords and trade associations also donate materials to the Shattered Island War Zone. The entire Shattered Island War Zone visibly strengthens. Lord Zhou, we're almost at Red Mountain City now, the end of our mission. A transport team of over 100 members was moving along a fairly smooth official road. Leading the transport was a young lord. A lord from the 62nd cohort to arrive in the Eternal World. This batch produced many promising new talents. Apart from Yuan, there were Wangba, Huan Chao, Luo Xing, Da-Ri. Promising new lords stood out during the parade ceremony. You are quite impressive too, so young and already at the 3rd Order Warlord level. If it weren't for the abundance of strong individuals in your cohort, Lord Zhou, you would definitely be one of the top bigwigs of your peers. The speaker was the owner of a small trading company. Though Red Mountain City is located inland within the territory, the paths to it have become unsafe with the emergence of the red mist and subsequent waves of monster tides. Your journey continues with Empire. It is said that officials plan to build a railway from the local official city all the way to Red Mountain City, which will greatly facilitate transportation. But until then, materials still need to be transported by manpower and pack animals. It is precisely because the road is not so safe that several small territories and trading companies took advantage of Lord Zhou Qi convoy to travel together to face monster attacks. Indeed, if it were not for Lord Zhou Qi protection, they would have suffered significant losses. Lord Zhou, strong. As an acquaintance of Zhou Qi, the owner of the trading company admired not only Zhou Qi's inexhaustible energy but also his humble origins. Is it true that Lord Yuan, like you, also came from a common background? The owner asked. Zhou Qi replied, yes. What he didn't mention was that Yuan was not only of a common background like him but also his fellow townsman. From Beijiang City on Langxing. They had even undergone the new recruits resource assessment together in the past. He barely passed, while Yuan already shone brilliantly at the time. Now, Yuan has become a frontier lord. I'm not yet qualified to join the pioneer group, but bringing supplies to Red Mountain City this time is also my contribution to the war effort. With the establishment of the Shattered Island War Zone, will Yuan also be here? The news from the War Zone, for the average lord, was predominantly still classified. After all, they were not members of the pioneer group. They could only arrive at Red Mountain City, and beyond that was a restricted military area. Red Mountain City was still several hundred kilometers from the front line. Yet even so, while they stayed in Red Mountain City, they occasionally would hear the distant booms. It was the roar of war. Boom! Hold the line, don't let the tide come near our walls, just in case there are legendary realm creatures hidden within. At the fourth campsite, in front of wall segment No. 06, a fourth-order professional roared. However, the tide was ferocious, the monsters nearly endless. Despite the various defense structures and city defense weapons continually firing, they couldn't stop the advance of the tide. At that moment, "Commander, the top brass says hold on, reinforcements will arrive in 2 more minutes." "Reinforcements? Where can we get reinforcements in our camp?" the professional roared, continuously infusing his own energy into the cannon in front of him. "Continue your adventure at Empire." He operated the cannon, roaring as he fired energy cannonballs, shredding the monsters in his field of vision one by one. Suddenly, a flying monster crossed the blockade line, screeching as it dived down to bite. The commander dropped the cannon, drew his 3-meter-long greatsword, and leapt from the ground, forcefully cutting the attacking flying monster in two with a single slash. At this time, the tide was even closer to the camp. Within, not to mention the presence of legendary realm beings, just the numerous high-order intelligent monsters were enough to leave them struggling. The variable came from the left. A streak of grass green burst from within the distant tide, and right after that, numerous sharp grass blades grew from the ground, entangling monster after monster, slicing their bodies to smithereens. A girl with onion green short hair, pointy ears and wings like those of a cicada stood proudly in mid-air. She wielded a sword that seemed as if it were made of grass. The sword's edge was sharp, cutting through everything. With a flick of her finger, countless droplets shot out. These droplets, like divine water, as soon as they hit the ground, nourished the sprouts that emerged from the soil. The sprouts were like swords, slashing in all directions. "It's Tianyuan Commander Grass Twig." The professional commander was not unfamiliar. Tianyuan City was in charge of the third camp. There were a total of 10 major camps in the defense zone. As more and more lords joined the battle, the camps continued to expand, from the first legendary realm sitter to now 3 or 4. Among them, the third and fourth campsites were previously destroyed by the Crimson Dragon. After being rebuilt, the Tianyuan army then stationed at the third camp. The commanders of the various defense zones within the Tianyuan camp were at least recognizable to the professional commander, not to mention so strong. As a fourth-order strongman, the commander felt he wouldn't last more than 3 moves against her. But upon seeing the domain suffused around the green-haired girl, full of life and overflowing with sharpness, he was at peace. Domain-level strongmen were truly formidable. The commander suddenly looked up again. Under the dazzling sunlight, a gigantic figure spread its wings, passing through the long sky. The giant bird was surrounded by a green storm, directly ripping the flying monsters around it to shreds. Even more eye-catching was the figure standing on the giant bird's back. His arrows flew like startled swans, stirring a fierce storm. Tianyuan powerhouse, Zhou Yi. A man at the forefront of the Dragon Gate ranking. Zhou Yi was a Tianyuan powerhouse known to the outside world. However, this time around, one after another eye-catching strongmen emerged within the Tianyuan army. Golden Dragon Deng Long. Blood General Gibi. Winter Woman Qing Shuang. Each of these individuals was a legendary seed, limitless in potential. The commander wasn't sure what others thought about Lord Tianyuan being the regional commander of the war zone, but he was convinced, especially since the Tianyuan powerhouses had once again eased their crisis. He operated the cannon even more vigorously, pouring energy from within his body incessantly without feeling the slightest fatigue. He even felt a surge of passion, wanting to jump off the city wall and fight shoulder to shoulder with the Tianyuan powerhouses, sharing the heroic sense of going in and out of the monster tide 7 times. But reason held him back. He didn't have the ability to move through the tide with ease, so he'd better not go down and cause trouble. His duty was to guard this section of the wall. Amidst the tide, Qing Shuang pressed her hands together, unending coldness radiating from her as the center in all directions, freezing hundreds upon thousands of monsters solid. Her killing efficiency was much higher than Zhou Yi, Grass Twig, and Gibi. That's the nobility of a mage. At that moment, a shadow stretched out from behind Qing Shuang, spreading from the shadows. It had no physical form, appearing like a cluster of black mist, only a pair of arms sharp like blades extending from the mist. "It's the Scythe Ghost, be careful." Zhou Yi transmitted a message from the sky. Qing Shuang reacted swiftly. Without turning back, she gathered the chilling frost behind her, erecting a wall of ice in the blink of an eye. She herself stepped on ice, able to move a kilometer away in just a moment. Crack! Pucci! The ice wall suddenly shattered, as if it were made of cloth. Following closely, a black blade pierced through Qing Shuang's back and out her chest. Her eyes widened. The scythe ghost sneered. A massive and oppressive domain began to spread. This was actually a legendary. To deal with a fourth-order creature, to face a mage not adept at close combat, it still hid for a long time to find a perfect chance for a lethal sneak attack. A being of the legendary realm. Being able to cut down a being with limitless potential, this assassination by a legendary has not been in vain. From the penetrated area in her back, no blood flowed out. This was not unusual, some beings did not have blood within them, so naturally there wouldn't be a flow of blood. However, the scythe ghost legendary suddenly felt as if it hadn't pierced through a creature at all, but rather had struck a body of water, a mist. The immense energy concentrated on his blade had no impact. The being had turned into mist. Cold, icy blue mist. It was like a cluster of snow gathered by the wind, surging and breaking free from the blade to float towards the distance. The scythe ghost's brow lifted, his domain asserting control. Yet, the domain power that could suppress everything and was especially potent against the weak, when applied to this cluster of ice and snow, suppressed nothing at all. It was as though this wasn't a cluster of snow, but rather the concept of snow itself. How could his mere domain power stop a concept? Snow incarnation. This was Qing Shuang's talent awakened at her epic 3 stars stage. It was a talent, not a skill. Qing Shuang indeed had been ambushed this time, after all, she was still just a fourth-order being who had lost the initiative against a monster of the legendary realm who had been stalking with intent for a long time. Her talent activated on its own. She wasn't even truly hit. Qing Shuang drifted away, pausing for a moment, as a delicate hand faintly appeared within the ice and snow. With her hand aimed at the distance, a torrent of ice and snow, several times more violent than before, enveloped the area. The scythe ghost failed in his strike and hesitated. Before he could conceal his presence again, this time he was pierced by a black spear. He was like mist, but the spear shattered him utterly, without a chance for him to struggle. In the last moment before his consciousness faded, he could only vaguely see that it was an undead with green face and fangs, with dark skin, who had killed him. In the Shattered Island war zone, there are currently 4 camps, each guarded by a land territory's army. The other camps are defended by several frontier lords and pioneers joined together. In the second camp, the Green Mountain Lord is stationed here. Transformed into a giant, he strides into the tide of monsters. He holds his ground here, making the second camp considerably stable. However, the Green Mountain Lord worries about the other defense areas. We need to quickly crush the tide and support the other defense areas. How are the other areas doing? How many have sent out distress signals? He asked his heroes. The heroes seemed to consider before speaking. Just now, both the 4th and 6th camps issued distress signals, but they have both been cancelled. The Yuan army has already gone to support, and the crises have been resolved for now. Green Mountain Lord. It inexplicably brings a sense of reassurance. In Camp 7, the Rain Dust Army is stationed. The Rain Dust Lord is a 4th-order frontier lord who has been in the pioneer group for 8 or 9 years, a veteran with illustrious war achievements. Who would have thought, this time Tian Yuan is acting as the commander? I thought, after Green Mountain refused the appointment, the old woman here would take the command. Where am I lacking compared to this young man? Arrows streak across the sky, spanning dozens of miles, piercing through high-order monsters. Even legendary monsters fall to these arrows, the arrows of the Reaper, coming from the horizon. There are also giant dragons roaring, with macho men moving through the battlefield, showing an invincible form. All right, my elites are just a bit lacking. My generals are also just a bit lacking. Ah well, the old woman should just dutifully assist the youngster. In a certain camp, giant dragons soar through the sky, with dragon breath sweeping across the land. The Lord of Ba Long roars with his fists swinging wildly. Did you see it? Did you see it? This is the man surrounded by countless dragons, Tian Yuan. He will lead us to win the war. Chapter 470. The Authority of the War Zone, Grand Marshal Mu's Means of Motivation. Red Mountain City outskirts. In the darkness of the night, a beam of starlight descended upon an unnamed hill, outlining a starry sky gate 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Mu Yuan stepped through the gate, adorned with dazzling starlight, and with a slight feeling of spatial rotation and a discomfort of shifting worlds, he had traversed the dimensions. This is really convenient. The ILO brand teleportation spell, Lord Shepherd found it quite impressive. As he stepped onto the land of Red Mountain City, the familiar system notification also timely sounded. Ding! Notification: you have entered the Shattered Island War Zone. Notification: your Taishan Alliance faction identity has been detected, you may receive the following benefits. Energy recovery speed plus 200%. Elemental affinity plus 20%. Control ability of the power of heaven and earth plus 20%. Cultivation speed plus 10%. Notification: you have been granted the identification of an ally. Notification: your current identity is Regional Commander of the Shattered Island War Zone, which entitles you to a 2.5 times base benefit enhancement. Notification: you may appoint designated lords, military types, and professionals to hold important positions, number restricted, appointees may receive 1.2-1.8 times base benefit. Notification: you have acquired the Regional Commander's Authorities Universal Celestial Sound, 10/10, Supreme Commander's Divine Sight, 10/10, and Power of the War Zone, 2/2. Notification: during the holding of the Supreme Commander's authority, you possess the highest administrative rights over the miracle buildings within the War Zone, and the miracle territories within the War Zone can be partially treated as your own territory. Notification: you may review the War Zone information, exchange item information, and you have the right to make some adjustments on this basis. Notification: you can initiate wars of expansion. During the war, based on the number of enemies killed by lords, military types, and professionals of the entire war zone, you may obtain additional contributions. Notification. The notifications followed one after another, so many that Yuan just stood there, dazed for several seconds. He was so dazed that ILO even stretched out her hand, waving it before his face. For a lord to be so dazed, it was quite exhausting for her. Notification: would you like to appoint ILO, hero, for the third-ranking position in the Shattered Island War Zone? This position enjoys. ILO was stunned right there. A third-ranking position was just below Vice Commander, holding high authority in the War Zone, with the power to directly take over the control of many miracle buildings if necessary, as well as command, administrative, and appointment rights, among others. Even those in high positions such as Vice Commanders couldn't command other lords' troops. My soldiers are not my soldiers. But in times of need, the commander could directly command the frontier lords of his own war zone. There were also sealed areas within the war zone, which only those with high authority could freely enter and exit. The third-ranking position was the highest position Yuan could offer, and the number was very limited, but he needed ILO's help to significantly reduce the massive workload. The higher-ranking positions he held could also be used to curry favor with powerful frontier lords. However, that would be considered later. There weren't even enough positions for his own division generals. Yuan sorted through the authorities of the regional commander one by one. The appointment authority, he had already tried on ILO. In terms of regular benefits, the Shattered Island War Zone doesn't compare to the Hang Mountain Great War Zone, which is normal, but surprisingly, the difference isn't too big. I personally can obtain up to 2.5 times the basic benefits. Enjoy exclusive content from Empire. For instance, in the control ability of the power of heaven and earth, he had gained a 50% increase. This increase was based on his own optimal state, further enhanced. Not a hint of diluted benefits. For his own combat power, this was quite a significant and enormous improvement. The stronger one was, the greater the benefits received. However, in the legendary Third Realm, the influence of the power of heaven and earth on combat power was rather low. There are 3 authorities in the Commander's Warfare: Universal Celestial Sound, Supreme Commander's Divine Sight, and Power of the War Zone, but all come with a limit on the number of uses. Universal Celestial Sound is like an all-channel megaphone. The wider the war zone, the more powerful it is, usable in emergencies for war zone-wide announcements. For Yuan, however, it wasn't very useful. He was a man with a mental Skynet. Supreme Commander's Divine Sight is similar to a Lord's Overview Vision but possesses powerful insight abilities, capable of uncovering formidable monsters hidden in the waves. It's just that the uses are too few to employ in regular battles. The Power of the War Zone is also an upgraded version of the Lord's Power, a grand move that draws upon the power of all forces to stabilize the battle situation. The monster power was, in reality, far stronger than that of humans. Humans managed to contend with terrifying overlords using their limited power, relying on the right time and place. This right time is the authority bestowed by heaven and earth. The will of heaven and earth in eternal world stands with the living beings. Yuan checked the information about the Shattered Island War Zone again. Being a newly established war zone, the Shattered Island War Zone encompassed a very small area. The Hang Mountain Great War Zone spans tens of thousands of miles. The Shattered Island War Zone? It spanned only Red Mountain City and a few hundred miles beyond. However, the scope of the Shattered Island War Zone wasn't just this. He saw that the war zone could still spread and expand, but to exercise this authority, he needed the support of at least 2 vice-commanders. Of course, only he, the commander, was entitled to exercise this authority. Shattered Island War Zone possesses miracle territory, 22 locations, total area. War Zone Pioneers drop down to unfold. Supreme Commander, Yuan, Legendary Earth Realm. Vice Commander, Green Mountain, Legendary Soul Realm. Vice Commander, Rain Dust, Legendary Earth Realm. Vice Commander, Broken Rock, Legendary Earth Realm. Yuan. Hold on, let's sort this out. Is our war zone's strength perhaps a bit too weak? I wonder how I ended up as the Commander-in-Chief. Among the 3 Vice-Commanders, there's only one Soul Realm expert. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that there might be other Soul Realm generals under the Vice-Commanders. The vast majority of those in the Legendary Realm only ever stay in the Heaven and Earth Realm in their lifetimes. Just as most professionals never get a glimpse of the Legendary in their entire lives. Even so, Yuan felt it was too weak. He needed to take up the banner. Oh, he was the Commander-in-Chief, so it was his responsibility to do so. Grand Marshal Mu arrived at Red Mountain City. He immediately reached out to the 3 vice-commanders. Green Mountain, Rain Dust, Broken Rock. The Broken Rock Lord was a man whose eyes carried the weight of time, almost in his 40s. Yuan already knew him. The Rain Dust Lord looked like a girl who had just turned 20, but it was said she was only a few years younger than the Broken Rock Lord. The Green Mountain Lord was a young man, tender in appearance, seemingly around the same age as Mr. Mu. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yuan got straight to the point. What are your opinions on the current situation? What opinions can there be? The Rain Dust Lord said, the Alliance has set our bottom line to hold this battle line, but the enemy has taken the Shattered Isles, and our disadvantage will only grow bigger if we keep defending. After all, we lack strategic depth, and once a high-level battle breaks out, it can easily cause collateral damage to the surrounding villages, towns, and cities. My view is rather pessimistic. The Broken Rock Lord took up the conversation. Initially, we conducted some reconnaissance, but Dragon Sleep Valley has amassed heavy troops outside the entrance to the Shattered Isles. We fall into ambushes as soon as we step in. Under such circumstances, it's not about establishing a base, expanding the battle zone, and miracle territory anymore. We can barely hold on for long. He added, the enemy is significantly empowered by the dense red mist, resembling the red mist land, and our forces are greatly affected by this environment. Moreover, within such defiled territories crafted by Dragon Sleep Valley, even more frightening existences higher than the Soul Realm can descend upon us. We assess that it's impossible to take the position. Wait a moment. Yuan interjected, the enemy might bring forth beings beyond the Soul Realm. How can we fight with just us? This is far too unstable. The Green Mountain Lord agreed, exactly, it's too unstable and highly risky. Of course, when the general offensive begins, the Alliance should send a powerhouse from the Third Realm to support us. It's just temporary assistance for us, but not enough to secure the battle zone. Even so, I still think a strong offensive is very unsteady, the risk is just too great. Apart from the Third Realm, we'd also have to face possibly several times or even a dozen times more Legendary Realm enemies than us, which is really... He aired all his concerns in one breath. Luckily, this Lord Yuan seemed to be a cautious person, and he felt somewhat relieved. His biggest fear was ending up with a commander-in-chief who had an impulsive just-do-it attitude. He knew he wasn't up for the task, which is why he had declined the position of commander-in-chief. But he also hoped for a powerful commander-in-chief who was capable and had strong combat power. Yuan wasn't the top-level lord he had wished for. All he could hope was that Yuan would be strong enough. At least for now, the generals of Yuan territory had shown impressive combat power, which was encouraging. However, without a top-level lord arriving, their high-order forces were quite stretched. How should they turn the tide? The 3 vice-commanders were discussing. Lord Shepherd was contemplating. So, the key to turning the tide is, we need to establish our own base within the Shattered Isles, so as to weaken the red mist erosion and prevent the enemy from completely consuming the Shattered Isles and then overwhelming us with their full might. Yes, but the real challenge is how to establish a base. Green Mountain said. Yuan pointed the tip of his pen at the Shattered Isles and drew an arc to the side. What if? I'm just hypothesizing if we can take another route into the Shattered Isles, bypass Dragon Sleep Valley's cutting edge, is there a possibility to establish a battle zone base? Such a route was now in his hands. Red Mountain City, temporary resting place. Yuan rubbed his temples. The plan is generally feasible, but we still need the staff department to conduct more detailed analysis, prepare a full plan, and it takes time for the Alliance to dispatch reinforcements. Yuan actually hoped they could launch a surprise attack now. But that wasn't possible. The Taishan Alliance was strong, but such a large, powerful machine was made of countless components. The operation of the Alliance was slow to change. For now, they still had to firmly hold the area outside Red Mountain City. At this moment, Ilo, as the Lord of Tianyuan, representing the Commander-in-Chief, had begun liaising with the various pioneer legions and took over most of the affairs. Rakshasa returned from his training in the Great War Zone. His time in the Great War Zone was short, but his experience as the leader of the defense camp was already richer than that of most in the legendary realm. He guarded the front lines, patrolled, and patched up any oversights or omissions. The construction and planning of the war zone, as well as the completion of the details for surprise evolutionary attacks, were all handled by the staff department. Experience tales with Empire. Yuan went around in circles and realized that although he was the regional commander of the war zone, it seemed he was an idle man. In his territory, he still had to stamp and sign, serving as a merciless document approval tool, but in the war zone, many of these trivial matters did not require the commander's attention. If the commander could fight, or if a great general from the commander's family could fight, that was enough. Ilo assisted with the few trivial matters, allowing Marshal Mu to lead a leisurely life. He felt somewhat guilty for being idle. The soldiers at the front were still fighting. But before an emergency arose, he as the commander was not even suited to take direct action. Taking action also required an appropriate occasion. What should a commander do? Aside from turning the tide, what else can inspire the troops? It was material rewards. For this reason, the Taishan Alliance had established a relatively fair contribution and military merit system. Yuan opened the War Zone Exchange list. The list was not much different from the Taishan Platform Exchange list, except for the first few pages, which highlighted special products of the War Zone. Pioneers from this War Zone and Frontier Lords could exchange for these at discounted rates. However, as the Shattered Isles War Zone was newly established without any unique miracle buildings, the special products of the Shattered Isles War Zone were particularly unimpressive. Just some junk dropped from monsters repelled during the recent defense against Dragon Sleep Valley. What if I offer some special products on the list? Yuan stroked his chin. Lords could submit their treasures to the Alliance in exchange for some contribution points. However, officials would only accept high-order treasures. Now that he was the regional commander, providing some special products for the pioneers of the war zone to exchange would also save the difference that middlemen would earn. But what kind of treasures could he offer that would be truly unique and have extraordinary appeal? Did he have such things? He truly did. In Yuan's palm, a cluster of miracle power swirled, visible only to himself. This cluster of miracle power could be applied to troop types beyond his own. It was a change that had occurred during his last Evo power evolution. But offering evolution to others had drawbacks such as long durations and severe dispersion of the Evo power. Compared to evolving his own troops, this seemed to have a low cost-performance ratio. However, for others, it was not necessarily the case. Epic was a threshold. Many lords would even bankrupt themselves to obtain an epic creature. Evolving an epic isn't too outrageous. Legendary lives have the ability to mass-produce epics, strike through, as do some bloodline purification methods, breeding masters, chances, sacred lands, and top-level miracle buildings. They all have the opportunity to create epics. This is reasonable. First, this could motivate the pioneers in the war zone to bravely fight the enemy. Second, it could enhance the strength of the war zone. And third, the number of my remaining contribution points could also quickly bounce back. This could be described as killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After some thought, Yuan found it feasible. He opened the War Zone panel and began editing. Epic Evolution Opportunity, an Excellence 3-star troop will have the chance to evolve into an epic life. Applicable range, most common troop types. Success rate, 92.66%, no side effects in case of failure, no contribution points charged for failure. Quota limit, 5. Exclusive to pioneers of this war zone. Exchange price. Chapter 471. Tian Yuan paid too much. Lord Jin Gang was a senior lord, holding a city with more than 2,000 elite soldiers. In many people's eyes, he was a successful figure, a significant character. However, in the pioneer group and the war zone, he was just an ordinary frontier lord here. When he went to the Great War Zone, he couldn't even make it to a commander. Most of the time, he served in ordinary war zones, starting as a minor commander, slowly accumulating merit and improving his strength. Shattered Island is a new battle area, and new areas have their benefits. Contribution points and military achievements are much easier to earn than in the old war zones. Where else would you find such frequent battles as in the old war zones? Of course, new battle areas also have many disadvantages, such as less sturdy defenses, and fewer cultivation buildings within the war zone. The supporting facilities can't even compare to those in the old war zones. This also led to fewer lords responding to the call of the Alliance. Some frontier lords and pioneers came here because lords of the Alliance have the duty to repel foreign enemies. At least once a year, they must dispatch a legion to serve for a time in the war zone or a key garrison on the outskirts. Lord Jin Gang was different. He was a frequent visitor to the war zones, but this time he resolutely chose Shattered Island, this land of new beginnings. He was needed here more. As a person, one can't always think of benefits and cost-effectiveness, you also have to do what needs to be done. Besides, if the Shattered Island war zone were to fall and the monster army poured into the Twilight Dominion, how could our territories survive? Tai Xian is the root, we are the leaves, but if the root is gone, these leaves must wither too. At least Lord Jin Gang was a macho man, he had to stand up. Ahem, of course, protecting our homes and country, and seeking personal benefits, these aren't conflicting actions. Returning to the camp, Lord Jin Gang used the terminal equipment there to open the exchange list. He needed to exchange for some cultivation items. These days, his harvest of contribution points was not small, he contemplated that he could be a bit more generous with his spending. Suddenly, Jin Gang's eyes widened. He was accustomed to flipping to the later pages as soon as he opened the exchange catalog, skipping the War Zone special supply at the very front which hardly had any high-grade items, but he paused abruptly. His gaze focused on the top item on the first page, marked with a pin symbol. Epic Evolution Opportunity. Epic. Am I seeing things? Jin Gang rubbed his eyes, an opportunity to evolve Excellence 3-star troops into epic rank. On the Alliance platform, such treasures weren't non-existent. However, they usually came with restrictive conditions, like evolution potions suitable for usage by WIRM species, the bone gigantic pit suitable for ghost-type troops to evolve, bloodline implantation, more widely applicable but not without its hazards. All these Lord Jin Gang had merely heard of but never seen. Such treasures might exist, but as a 1-star frontier lord, he did not have the qualifications to exchange for them. And now? Is this for real? This opportunity, is it from Lord Tian Yuan? Discover more stories at Empire. By conventional wisdom, Lord Jin Gang found it hard to believe, even though the Tai Xian exchange platform was very secure and almost impossible to list fake items. But if the opportunity came from Lord Tian Yuan, it wasn't that he trusted Tian Yuan. Tian Yuan was the commander-in-chief, but ultimately, he was a newcomer, a young man. Jin Gang trusted his own eyes. He had already seen within Tian Yuan territory the unparalleled mighty generals dominating the battlefields. Legendary realm generals were like gods, beyond his understanding, and he dared not speculate. However, Tian Yuan territory also had one after another emerging 4-order commanders. The grass twig who used grass as his sword. Deng Long, who turned into a giant dragon. Zhou Yi, whose arrows never missed. Jibai, who turned blood into a cloak. They had extremely powerful forces that made many of their peers at the same level embarrassingly inferior. Lord Jin Gang and the other frontier lords weren't fools, they had long been speculating that each of these Tian Yuan commanders was an epic life, and even among the epics, they were exceptionally talented. Deng Long was deemed a giant dragon swordsman, and Zhou Yi was the arrow of Polar Star, this was almost certain. Does Lord Tianyuan possess some kind of life's talent that can stimulate bloodlines and encourage evolution? The top existences standing at the summit of the alliance each grasp some means related to evolution. Rather, those who don't possess similar means cannot reach the extreme peaks. The Lord of Hanyu City could change professions to high-order troops Moonsword Immortal, and through some means elevate and purify the bloodline of the Moonsword Immortal, stepping into the epic rank. In the Northern Duke's domain, it was said there was a miraculous bloodline tempering pool. High-order professionals who entered could undergo repeated tempering and cleanse their mortal bodies, ascending to epic. The Twilight Elephant City Lord possessed a set of bloodline battle formation. Commanders who used this formation over a long period could advance even further, possibly into epic rank. Among Tai Xian's famous secret realms, the Nirvana secret realm held a mysterious entity wielding great power, nurturing and giving birth to one epic after another. Counting them up, the Alliance had no shortage of places and methods to nurture epic life. But these methods had nothing to do with ordinary lords like them. Now, Lord Tianyuan has actually taken out an evolution method and put it as an incentive treasure on the exchange item list of the war zone. Such evolution is not only costly, but it also requires a lot of time and effort. Can Lord Tianyuan really bear to do so? Contribution points are precious, but epic lives are even more valuable, something that can't even be bought with contribution points. Considering it from his own perspective, Lord Jin Gang was reluctant. After some thought, he suddenly understood, Lord Tianyuan. Lord Tianyuan has given too much for the entire Shattered Island war zone. I really have given too much. Lord Shepherd sighed. He had actually been wanting to try the hand of evolution for a while now, but previously, neither his status nor his power had been quite right. Now, at least, evolving a few epic life forms wouldn't seem too exaggerated. If he didn't reveal this technique, outsiders would still guess that he possessed some methods to foster evolution and boost combat power. The issue now is, such an evolution opportunity for exchange, how many powerhouses it can attract, and, moreover, what level of evolutionary miracle I need to keep it under control. No sooner had the exchange treasure list been updated than Mu Yuan received many calls from acquaintances. Lord of Ba Long said, Brother, Yuan. Dragon-type troops are within the conditions, right? Can I reserve a spot for nurturing a Xian dragon descendant? Never mind, I'll pull all my elites from my territory over here and strike a big deal. Green Mountain Lord asked, can your nurturing technique be applied to epic life forms, like, taking an epic life a step further? Mu Yuan pondered for a moment. Green Mountain Lord said, I can offer 10 times the price, though I'm also aware of the difficulties involved. If it really doesn't work, just pretend I never asked. But by listing this nurturing spot, shouldn't you make some restrictions? You can't let a lord with money and a large number of contribution points swap all 5 spots, right? That would run counter to your original intention of bolstering the war zone with strong forces through these sacrifices. Mu Yuan had long contemplated this question. Don't worry, I've set a limit of only 1 spot that can be exchanged per territory. Besides, other than the first exchanger, those who want to exchange for that spot must have more than half of the contribution points they spend accumulate from the Shattered Island war zone, he explained. As for your question of whether an epic life can be advanced a step further. His expression hesitated, showing reluctance as if faced with an unspeakable difficulty. After much hesitation, he said, I can only say there's a possibility. And nurturing an epic 2 stars life, the price to be paid and the difficulty involved are far too much compared to ordinary epic ones. Understood, understood, said Green Mountain Lord. Such methods were inherently defying the natural order, like divining the heavens and the earth, with the cost so high it could even shorten one's life, or result in death. Lord Tianyuan listed 5 nurturing spots, implying he would have to invest a great deal of effort into them for a long time to come. He had already given too much and certainly couldn't spare more time or energy. But Lord Tianyuan had not completely refused, which meant he had the capability to achieve this goal, though the process would come at a great cost. That was the issue Green Mountain Lord had to consider. Whether he could produce a bribe capable of swaying Lord Tianyuan. As Green Mountain Lord left, he was still pondering this problem. But he couldn't come up with anything at the moment. After all, he was too young, and most of his resources had gone into nurturing his troops and division generals, leaving him with not much to spare. Lord of Ba Long, who already had legendary realm generals, was in a similarly tight situation. They couldn't come up with enough contribution points. A group of lords was still watching and waiting. When Mu Yuan received the news the next morning, a frontier lord had spent a great deal of money to exchange for the nurturing and evolutionary opportunity he had listed. Lord Jin Gang, a four-order pioneering lord with old tenure who had campaigned in various battle zones for many years. I am Jin Gang, you can call me Little Jin or Little Gang, said the towering Lord Jin Gang standing before Mu Yuan with a shy smile. Mu Yuan, he said, Lord Jin Gang, let's get straight to the point, I believe you are in a hurry. He paused, then added, whether the target individual meets the requirements, I will need to conduct a thorough evaluation before I can give a definite answer. As for the payment and guarantee of contribution points, that will be handled by the officials of the Pioneer Group, no issues there, right? No issues, the deep-voiced Lord Jin Gang replied. He gestured backward, and a figure even more robust than Lord Jin Gang approached with heavy steps. The ground seemed to tremble. Mu Yuan examined the towering, largely unclothed strongman before him, who seemed as if forged from iron. This is an elite 3 stars level troop, a Vajra strongman, right? Right, can he be nurtured? Lord Jin Gang asked, tense. He was more nervous than when he had obtained the quota for Dragon Court and had gone there to recruit troops. At that time, with only 2 spots in hand, he hadn't even hoped to recruit an epic life, his aim was merely to secure strong high-order sub-dragon troop types. Now, it was directly about having or not having. If he had it, his great general's legend was within reach. Discover exclusive tales at Empire. Then he too would be a legendary lord, and wouldn't earning contributions and merits be 10 times easier? To go broke for it was worth it. This Vajra strongman, can be nurtured. Mu Yuan, after observing and thinking for a dozen seconds, finally spoke. He continued, I will use special abilities and some treasures to stimulate and purify the methods of this Vajra strongman. The entire nurturing process will last approximately 1 to 2 days. During this time, have your Vajra strongman maintain a state similar to his usual secluded cultivation, and just cooperate with me. Like Lord Biting's bloodline tempering pool, which fully fired up to temper bloodlines in just 2 to 3 days. Like the legends of the Nirvana secret realm, creating an epic life was a matter of hours. But creating too many epics would drain one's primal strength, and after advancing to legend, Deadbone only nurtured a few undead dragons. A day or 2 should be about right. Any longer would inevitably lead to mistakes. If it weren't for the fact that snapping his fingers to complete the evolution was too outrageous, too unrealistic, he wouldn't want to drag it out for so long. After all, it's just evolving an ordinary epic being. Under official notarization, Mu Yuan quickly signed a contract with Lord Jin Gang. Lord Jin Gang put forward a total of 1 million large contribution points, which were also deposited into the official account. Accompanied by Lord Jin Gang and his strong men, Mu Yuan arrived at the recently established Excellence Level Miracle Building, the Breakthrough Dojo, within Red Mountain City. Naturally, it was the Pioneer Group that invested and built it. It is an objective fact that the Shattered Isles War Zone cannot compare with the old war zones, but that doesn't mean it should lack some basic practice and recovery buildings. The Breakthrough Dojo is one of them. The evolution service provided by Mu Yuan contained almost no fluff. It included the evolution formation improved upon by Ilo and Tian Yuan City from numerous iterations, some auxiliary materials, and his hand of evolution. Several Starlight Scholars stationed in Red Mountain City quickly arranged the site. Such a mystic and impressive evolution site also makes others feel they are getting their money's worth. Evolution truly is not easy. Lord Tian Yuan has paid too much. After Lord Jin Gang left, Mu Yuan had the Vajra strongman step onto the evolutionary platform. Under the influence of the platform, the miracle building, and assorted treasures, the Vajra strongman quickly entered an immersive practice mode. Stripes of light spread across the platform, wrapping around the Vajra strongman like an enchantment, trapping him within. Mu Yuan stepped forward. In his palm lingered the evolutionary miracle power. He frowned slightly. Indeed, evolving an outsider is so much more difficult than evolving one's own troops, he murmured. To evolve his own troops, he only needed a thought to control the evo power as if by instinct. But now, he had to personally control the evolutionary force, extending it with precision toward the Vajra strongman not far away. During the process of spreading the evo power, it inevitably dissipated continuously. It was as if the Vajra strongman before him was not a suitable target for evolution, and Mu Yuan was just enveloping the area with the power of the evolutionary miracle. The entire process not only consumed several, even dozens of times more power, but the evolution time also became much longer than normal. It took a full half hour. That was too long, but Yuan still had to slack off for a while. After he sprinkled down the Evo power, he noticed the Vajra strongman had undergone some slight changes. It seemed he could perform multiple, short-term outputs. Yuan noted down the experience, then walked out of the breakthrough dojo after releasing a few more strands of miracle power. Of course, he could not stay here the entire time. Thump! Crossing the doorway bathed in starlight, Yuan set foot upon the ground. Here, watch towers and arrow towers stood densely, among them numerous advanced sentinel towers. This was the western extreme of the 10 Directions Island domain, adjacent to the gateway to the Shattered Isles domain, also within the Shattered Isles war zone, naturally not lacking advanced sentinel towers and some essential defense buildings. The surprise attack plan was to be launched in 3 days, with reinforcements already en route. However, Yuan still needed more strength. Evo power, 1,550,000. He could still evolve another legend. The surprise attack was only the beginning, and once they established a stronghold in the Shattered Isles, how to hold it was also a matter for him, the commander, to consider. So, this almost brings us to the critical point, it's time to evolve, he said. All in all, approximately 45,000 Evo power has been expended. I've indeed invested too much. Ilo, you need to make sure this freshly acquired contribution points are put to good use, he instructed. Already planning, Ilo replied helplessly, this amount is considerable, but our territory's expenses are even greater. If this contribution is used to purchase breakthrough treasures for the legendary realm, especially the main materials, we could only buy about 20 or so pieces. If they were buying sets, they could purchase even fewer. Discover hidden content at Empire. The contribution points were both a lot and a little. She felt melancholic. I'm already working on research to reduce the cost of breakthroughs. However, before I can deliver any results, many will face the challenge of breaking through to the legendary level. Lord, you certainly wouldn't let the elites of our territory risk a breakthrough without proper resources. We must still incur this expenditure, so we have to be prepared, she explained. Ilo considered many things, but for Great Lord Yuan, simply evolving was enough. At that moment, inside Red Mountain City, Lord Jin Gang, who had just come off guard duty to rest, walked up and down the street outside the breakthrough dojo. He glanced again from a distance and continued pacing. Though it had only been a day since he sent the Vajra strongman for training, it felt to him as if he had passed countless days and nights, unbearably long. Can it really be done? Lord Tianyuan mentioned there's a certain chance of failure. Surely I won't be so unlucky to hit that chance, will I? Can it really be? He murmured to himself. Suddenly, a heavenly notification ding sounded in Lord Jin Gang's ear. Important information popped up. Your hero Li has received a special opportunity, his bloodline refined, and has now advanced to an epic life. Overjoyed, Lord Jin Gang burst into tears. He cried and laughed unrestrainedly on the street, like a giant child over 3 meters tall. This was like a whirlwind, sweeping through the entire city, the whole evening, all of Taishan. Have you heard? If you go serve in the Shattered Isles war zone and accumulate merits by slaying monsters, you have a chance to get an epic opportunity, one said. Brothers, we must consider whether this is the only chance of a lifetime, another urged. At Red Mountain City, Rain Dust Lord lounged with legs crossed, mouth slightly agape. I had thought it over, with Tianyuan's identity and potential, it's impossible for him to engage in shoddy business, yet I just couldn't bring myself to believe it. I had enough contribution points, I could have secured this spot. I'm so foolish, truly. Chapter 472. Legendary Life, the Fearless King. According to the rules listed on the exchange platform, lords who wish to claim the remaining 4 slots must at least earn 500,000 contribution points in the Shattered Island battle zone. In the short term, no one could achieve this. Even the strongest among them, Green Mountain, Rain Dust, and Broken Rock Lord. The battle zone of Shattered Island had only been open for a few days, and even with fierce fighting, accumulating that many contribution points would require a combination of strength, time, and opportunity. This left many powerful lords who missed the no conditions exchange sighing in regret. Why hadn't they discovered it a bit earlier? The number of lords applying to our battle zone, including powerful professionals, is increasing, said Ilo, holding the freshly acquired data in Tianyuan City. Of course, it's still early days since the Shattered Island battle zone was established, and the peak period for pioneers to rush in, so it can't be said that these strong individuals are here just for the evolution slots. The powerful do not act so trivially. Yuan allocated his forces and expended Evo power to evolve numerous epics within his own territory. He then turned his attention to the Dragon Mound Fertile Land Secret Realm. There, an evolution ritual far surpassing epic standards was underway. The Tianyuan powerhouse bathed in the glow of the miracle was Lu. Yuan had considered early on evolving another legendary life. There were 4 suitable candidates. Lu, Tree Demon Granny, Yuta, Sophia. Tree Demon Granny, the current 4th-ranking war commander in combat power at Tianyuan City, had the highest level. Evolving Tree Demon Granny would quickly create a powerhouse with formidable combat power. At the same time, Tree Demon Granny was also skilled in defending the city. Its immense size translated to a similar form, and both its endurance and battlefield lethality ranked among the top 3 or 4 in the whole of Tianyuan City. But there were many restrictions on using it. Due to these restrictions, Tree Demon Granny had few war achievements and far fewer contribution points than Lu and Sophia. Choosing Yuta related naturally to combat power. Yuta was extremely good at striking assaults, killing strong enemies decisively. His moves were simple and singular, but from another perspective, he was not easily countered. Sophia was currently the only division general in Tianyuan City who possessed a potent scouting ability. Her skills were irreplaceable. However, she couldn't extract herself just yet. Lu had many advantages. He was skilled in defending, meticulous in his duties, and his combat power wasn't much inferior. He also had the most war achievements among the remaining division generals in Tianyuan City. A day and a night had passed since the evolution of Lu began. The legendary evolution was predictably lengthy, consuming far more than the basic 500,000 units of miracle power. The light was still radiating. Several hours later, changes finally began. Lu's domain emerged, inch by inch expanding outward. 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters. It expanded until it barely stopped at 4,890 meters. Following this, the epic skills possessed by Lu also began to transform. Notice, Hero Lu, bathed in the glow of the miracle, has enhanced the epic skill Fearless Giant Mountain God ranking. Lu can now summon multiple shadows of the God ranking. Whoosh! A massive golden giant materialized behind Lu. Then came the second one, and the third one. The golden giants, like 3 door guardians, stood there supporting heaven and earth. Notice, Hero Lu, bathed in the glow of the miracle, has enhanced the epic prowess Sword of Will. Lu's power of will has been greatly increased. In the hands of the central door guardian, the golden spear suddenly dissipated. Discover more stories at Empire. Then, an immense, invisible power of will interfered with reality, materializing into a Guandeo-like weapon over 100 meters long, held in the guardian's hands. This weapon was a sword of will. Below, it cut through forms, above, it could slay gods. Notice, Hero Lu, bathed in the glow of the miracle, has enhanced the epic skill Undying Golden Body. The duration of the Undying Golden Body has been greatly extended, and it can now offset a certain amount of conceptual damage. All 3 epic skills were enhanced, and Lu awoke one after another to higher level skills. Sweeping Thousands Army, Golden Rampart, Dominant Body. These higher level skills barely boosted Lu's combat power, at most they enriched his fighting methods. However, these higher level skills, when accumulated, became the legacy of Tianyuan City, the essence of its heritage. After a while, brilliant radiance once more surged to the sky. In the Dragon Mound Fertile Land Secret Realm, miraculous phenomena began to appear, with ethereal sounds swirling around. Miracle buildings like the Domain Interferer were operating at their peak. Meanwhile, Ilo held a scepter made of starlight, stretching out her hand and pointing towards the azure sky. The stars then enshrouded the territory of Tianyuan City. Shrouded in a sky full of stars, the territory of Tianyuan City seemed to peel away from the rest of the world. After lasting for half an hour, such starry cover quickly dissipated as if nothing had happened. At that moment, Yuan was reviewing the Heaven-Earth Notice records of just moments ago. Notice, Hero Lu, bathed in the glow of the miracle, has evolved from the Fearless War Handsome, Epic 3 stars, to the legendary 1-star Life the Fearless King, and awoke the legendary prowess. Heavenly God's Rampart. Heavenly God's Rampart. When the fearless king constructs a rampart, it's like a chasm between mortals and the divine, insurmountable. Abilities. 1. Liu Lu can employ the bodies of fearless giant mountain god ranking to build a vast, indestructible barrier. The more fearless giants used, the wider and more solid the heavenly god's rampart. 2. Within the area covered by the heavenly god's rampart, space will be isolated from the outside world, regarded as a top-tier enchantment. 3. Once the heavenly god's rampart is erected, it can maintain itself for an extended period by absorbing energy from the outside world, enabling self-repair and long-term sustenance. 4. When the fearless king stands upon the earth, all soldiers will advance relentlessly, heart undaunted by fear. A purely defensive ability. At most, it has a bit of a support feature, but the fourth ability seems to have little to do with the heavenly god's rampart itself. Defensive abilities are also good, but the actual effect has to be tested in practice. After all, it's legendary great force, it's unlikely to be weak. Specialization means a higher upper limit. Liu Lu was still researching his legendary ability. At the same time, Shattered Isles, Dragon Sleep Valley, Vanguard Army, Main Camp. A being shaped like a frost giant dragon, but much larger than a normal one, lay prostrate on the mountain top, overlooking the land. This was the Ice Burial Duke. An overseer of the Vanguard Army, he was also one of the top 3 Grand Dukes of the Hunt under the rule of the Twilight King. Have we not yet breached the enemy's defenses? My lord, the Taishan alliance is after all not weak, I'm afraid it may be difficult to break through in a short time. Humph. The Ice Burial Duke sneered, it's because you failed to control your subordinates and disrupted my arrangements, otherwise we would have already stepped into the Taishan realm and spread the filth, the glory of the king. His gaze swept across, and the powerful crimson dragons in the distance, as well as the other Grand Dukes of the Hunt, couldn't help but lower their heads. It wasn't that what the Ice Burial Duke said was correct, but his punch was the strongest. Strong is right. One of the Grand Dukes of the Hunt spoke, whatever the case, we currently hold a firm advantage. As long as we turn the entire island domain into Red Mist Land, the power of Dragon Sleep Valley will be able to spread here. When that happens, crushing Taishan will merely be a matter of time. The Ice Burial Duke didn't refute, we can't just sit around waiting. Proceed with the plan to strike Taishan's defenses, and send the Faceless Ones, soul-devouring demons, and heart bewitchers to infiltrate and see if they can disrupt Taishan's lines from within. Also. He paused, search the entire island domain for me, especially for any passages leading to other great domains. Do you understand? Amidst the swirling red mist, the roar of the dragons resonated from here to there. Half a day later, 2 crimson dragons received news that on the outskirts of the island domain, a significant surge of monster tide was spilling out. This area could very well contain a passage leading to another domain. Dragon A said. Dragon B, we need to report this to the Ice Burial Duke. Dragon A, no, it's not proper to report directly. We're unclear on the precise location of this passage to another domain, and it's possible that it's not a passage at all, but rather a secret realm or some concealed vitality force. Both scenarios could attract a monster tide, we must clarify the situation, otherwise how would we answer if the Duke asks us? This made sense indeed. During their time on this island domain, they had discovered several vitality forces, but unfortunately, they were all too small, not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. The 2 crimson dragons pondered for a moment, then called several legendary realm beings from their subordinate forces, and rushed off into the distance together. After they left, under the red mist, in the dimness, a pair of red eyes appeared on a withered tree. It was a pitch-black crow, almost indistinguishable from the common monsters seen everywhere here, except for the red glow swirling in the depths of its red eyes. Red Mountain City. Yuan pushed the door open and saw green mountain, rain dust, and broken rock. The plan is almost ready, the reinforcements will arrive today, a familiar face, Sword Lord Liashi. Broken Rock Lord said. Last time, during the surprise attack on Dragon Sleep Valley, it was Sword Lord Liashi who led the team, a macho man with extensive dragon slaying experience. Green Mountain Lord added, the lords of Panxi City and Tian City have also sent several powerful reinforcements who have arrived. Later, a few more warriors from Soul Realm should be able to come, at the latest the day after tomorrow, we'll be able to launch our offensive. No. Yuan tapped his fingertips on the table. He had been waiting for Sword Lord Liashi all along. Without the strong warrior Sword Lord Liashi, they indeed could not strike directly at Dragon Sleep Valley. God Soul Realm warriors naturally are also super reinforcements, but if it were to delay them for 1 or 2 days, no, that wouldn't do. He pondered for a while, then said, once Sword Lord Liashi arrives, we will launch the attack. If we delay any further, the enemy is very likely to find another passage entrance, and we will miss the opportunity for a surprise attack. But isn't the other passage entrance in the 10 Directions Island domain? Lord Raindust said, according to the plan we previously set, there are 2 routes to attack, Sword Lord Liashi leading the strong warriors to launch a frontal assault to attract the enemy's attention, while the rest of us go around to the other entrance and enter the Shattered Isles from the side to establish a position as quickly as possible. Our second route's warriors heading to 10 Directions Island domain, if they set off now, will likely arrive at the passage entrance the day after tomorrow. Isn't that roughly the time frame I had planned? They had been discussing and preparing to leave when they contacted Lord Tianyuan. Mu Yuan said, if it's just a few people, I have a way to send you to 10 Directions Island domain. Now, we need to discuss the team selection for the position squad. He looked at the 3 people. Sword Lord Liashi is responsible for the assault/decoy squad. We will be responsible for the position squad, which I will lead. I need 2 of you 3 to assist me. No problem. I have no problem. Me neither. Naturally. She looked towards Tianyuan. The position squad might seem less directly confrontational with Dragon Sleep Valley, but in reality, because the position squad needs to go deep into the Shattered Isles to find a suitable area to establish a stronghold, the risk factor is higher than the assault squad. Not to mention the assault squad has Sword Lord Liashi. The position squad? Sparse and strong warriors. Lord Raindust wouldn't fear, and she guessed Tianyuan would not shy away either, but taking on the most difficult task so directly and decisively was still somewhat admirable to her. Green Mountain Lord took a deep breath and said, I am a God Soul Realm warrior, I must join the position squad. In my Green Mountain city, aside from myself, there is another God Soul Realm warrior. Emerald Giant Dragon King Mu, as well as a Heaven and Earth Realm warrior Life Sage Wusen with a domain radius exceeding tens of thousands of meters. However, as this is a surprise attack, I cannot bring my ancient mountain giant incarnation. Raindust and Broken Rock Lord were both somewhat surprised. The power that Green Mountain Lord possessed indeed surpassed them by far. And he still held a vast amount of potential that had yet to be realized, the future was boundless. Broken Rock Lord spoke, let me be the remaining member then. I also have several Heaven and Earth Realm peak level warriors under my command, and I have experience in launching surprise attacks on Dragon Sleep Valley. No. Lord Raindust spoke, it should be me. The position squad needs more high-end combat power, and I have a God Soul Realm general. She seemed to issue a command. Soon after, a powerful figure arrived on the scene. She was a strong warrior wearing a sky blue cloak, with a feminine and slender figure but appeared rather unremarkable. However, wisps of the might of a divine soul surrounded her. Is this the Water Sky Doctrine epic life? Mu Yuan was actually quite certain. Lord Raindust said, Lord Tianyuan is truly discerning, this is indeed my right hand, Water Sky Doctrine Yala, skilled in water control, able to change weather conditions within a certain range. She too was fortunate enough to have a recent breakthrough and entered the Divine Soul Realm. She said it was by luck. But luck is merely modesty from the successful. Broken Rock Lord sighed silently. The 3 looked towards Tianyuan. Enjoy new stories from Empire. Mu Yuan Kai spoke, I will take Yuta, Rakshasa, 17 to the front lines, and Hong Yi will remain here. Of course, I will also dispatch several generals to join the position troop, who are currently at the front line in the 10 Directions Island domain. My Tianyuan city is quite new with not many strong warriors. Indeed, I cannot produce any God Soul Realm warriors. The 3 weren't surprised. The Heaven and Earth Realm generals under Tianyuan city's command were also one stronger than the next. If the other generals were of Rakshas's and Yuta's caliber, or just slightly less, they would still be fierce warriors of the current age. They thought, only to hear Tianyuan city's lord say. However, I do have several Heaven and Earth Realm peak, as well as tens of thousands meter level warriors in my Tianyuan city. Chapter 473. Advancing into the Red Mist region. The gap between the Soul Realm and the Heaven and Earth Realm isn't as large as that between the Heaven and Earth Realm and the 4th Order leader level. The tens of thousands meter level strongmen of the Heaven and Earth Realm, in terms of combat power, are capable of matching those of the Soul Realm, just lacking some special techniques. Tianyuan City, has it already obtained such a level of strongmen? Yes, since Tianyuan City has already several strongmen whose combat power is close, comparable to peak heaven and earth realm, it doesn't seem so hard to accept having this level of strongmen. Only Broken Rock Lord sighed again. Looking around, he found himself to be the weakest one. He should have thought of this earlier. If the city lord of Tianyuan didn't have overwhelmingly powerful, convincing high-end combat power, those above wouldn't have nominated Tianyuan to take up the role of commander. Looking at it this way, the combat power of our position group is not weak either. This sudden attack has great potential. Green Mountain Lord couldn't help but clench his fist. Aside from him, Rain Dust, and Tianyuan, the strong men who had emerged from the three territories, among the reinforcements from Panchi City and Tian City, there were also strong men of this level. Their position group's grounding was far from the main base of Dragon Sleep Valley's vanguard army. Theoretically, they wouldn't directly confront Dragon Sleep Valley and wouldn't encounter two powerful enemies. Looking at it this way, seems pretty stable. The news about the formation of the assault group and the position group barely started to circulate within the battlefield of Shattered Island on this day, entering the ears of the frontier lords and frontier strongmen. The formation of the two groups was a secret. Ba Long, Fian, and the other frontier lords had heard vague rumors before that the battlefield would launch a strong attack. They had no further details until today. Are we going to launch a real offensive? This message spread within a small circle. Ba Long, Fian, and these frontier lords only knew about the establishment of the assault group. The ambitious frontier strongmen all wanted to join the assault group, to deliver a hearty and refreshing counterattack, to break Dragon Sleep Valley's blockade. The news of the establishment of the position group was even more confidential, with only less than 10 lords or their representatives being aware. Among these people, besides Sword Lord Liashi and Broken Rock Lord who stayed to coordinate, the others would join the position group to achieve the true strategic objectives of the battlefield. Mu Yuan said, if we are preparing to attack, we must mobilize and dispatch troops broadly, which may not be hidden from Dragon Sleep Valley. After all, Dragon Sleep Valley and we of Taishan have been in a standoff for many years, and their spies might not only be in our battlefield. However, as long as we keep our true target hidden, that's enough. 2.5 hours later. Dressed in brownish-red robe, holding a long sword that seemed to have drunk the blood of countless lives, dark red in color, Sword Lord Liashi arrived alone at the battlefield. He was a straightforward person. I'm clear about the battle plan. Whenever you're ready to start, I'm ready. He looked at Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan handed over the list of the assault group to Sword Lord Liashi. Within the assault group, there were also top strong men. After all, Sword Lord Liashi didn't have very strong subordinates, he alone couldn't hold back such a large vanguard army. The plan is 2 hours from now. Mu Yuan said. He allowed the Rakshasa to join the assault group, which also facilitated contact between the two groups at any time. Rakshasa followed the actions of Sword Lord Liashi. 17 and Hong Yi stayed within the defense area. In this way, he could always pay attention to all three places. Sword Lord Liashi drew a circle with his sword tip, and from within the circle, a black armored division general stepped out. This is one of my heroes. I will have him act together with you. Sword Lord Liashi and Broken Rock Lord immediately went to the frontline defense area to start appointing officers. Lord Shepherd, who was fully committed to playing the part, also sculpted a starlight avatar to come to the camp in the defense area to inspect all directions. His real body, along with Green Mountain, Rain Dust, and several frontier lords, arrived in an inconspicuous valley just outside the territory of Red Mountain City. From here, we can directly reach 10 Directions Island domain? Seems like there's nothing here at all. Rain Dust Lord muttered. Your journey continues on Empire. Beside her moved a Soul Realm strongman, Church of Sky and Water Yala, and another 3 Peak Heaven and Earth Realm strongmen. The division generals accompanying Green Mountain Lord were more numerous, totaling 7. In addition to these, there were 8 strongmen from Tian City. Among them were 2 Soul Realm strongmen, Lord Fukeo Vito and Water Zeal Giant Dragon Buletin, subordinates of the Lord of Tian City. The officers from Panchi City were mainly Peak Heaven and Earth Realm strongmen, Great Stone Lord and Sword Saint Tian He. Aside from the strongmen from these 4 routes, there were several from ordinary frontier territories. Lord Long Tian was one. His participation in the battle was related to his possession of legendary realm dragonkind troops, which allowed for fast travel. Yet, without a doubt, he was among the least conspicuous strong men in the position group. Lord Long Tian swallowed hard. Just a short while ago, he considered himself on par with Lord Tianyuan and even harbored thoughts of competition. But in a blink, he found himself trembling amongst these strong men while Lord Tianyuan commanded these invincible strong men. He felt envy and inferiority. Regardless of the reason, if he were in Tianyuan's position and had to command these peak heaven and earth realm and even soul realm strong men, he couldn't be as composed. Tianyuan was stronger than him, but in the assault group, he was only middle-ranked, right? How could he be so at ease? Mu Yuan looked around. Some were nervous, some were solemn, some were as casual as if they were on an outing. Command was indeed a problem. Lord Shepherd clearly understood that his credentials were insufficient, his public achievements were too few, and convincing everybody wasn't so simple. Hence, he arranged the direct lineage division generals of both Lord Panchi and Lord of Tian City to be in his own group. Frontier lords like Dragon Sky were among the younger, more ambitious and fearless leaders within the battlefield lords. Even someone like the Rain Dust Lord, a old woman over 30, strictly speaking, is still a young lord. Among the battlefield, there were also elders with great strength. For instance, Lake Mountain Dean from Tian City, who would join the assault group under Sword Lord Liashi's command. This time, he actually made 2 sets of preparations. If the assault group could directly break through the blockade of Dragon Sleep Valley, it would be more than wonderful. However, the likelihood of this happening was extremely slim. Inside the valley, only 2 people, Yuda and Ilo, were with Mu Yuan. He said to Ilo, "Let's begin." The valley was thick with trees that blocked out all daylight, making it quite dim. Clearly, there was no sunlight and the clear blue sky was not visible, yet Rain Dust, Green Mountain and several other lords were still somewhat astounded. It was as if they had seen the starry sky. The stars had fallen. Mysterious and dazzling, the light of stars touched down on the nearby earth, and in the blink of an eye, interwove to form a profound and extraordinary starry sky gate. Creak! The star gate opened, and within the resplendent light one could faintly make out a vastly different scene on the other side. Could it be that the other side is the 10 Directions Island domain? Lord Rain Dust guessed there would be a means of transport. After all, only by transportation could they reach the distant foreign lands within a short 1 or 2 hours. But even with transportation, the mere sight of this pink-haired hero from Tianyuan City conjuring up the gate with a wave of her hand was still astonishing and enviable. How convenient and important transportation was something every lord was acutely aware of. It seems this hero is the very one Tianyuan recruited at the festival grounds, known as the Starry Sky Maiden, Ilo. At that time, Tianyuan gave up several well-known heroes to recruit the then unknown Starry Sky Maiden, leaving many puzzled. Now it seems, indeed, Tianyuan's vision is incredibly keen. He probably saw through the heroes at the festival grounds long ago, and that's why he recruited this Starry Sky Maiden without hesitation. Transportation overrides 99.99% of other advantages. Perhaps back then, the Starry Sky Maiden's transportation ability was weak, but first, she needed to have this ability in order to improve it as she advanced. For veterans like Lord Rain Dust, who had a broad perspective and an abundant array of means, sometimes, a soldier with a special ability and rare traits might be more precious and harder to find than a common epic life. The Starry Sky Maiden was undoubtedly one of those rare beings. Mu Yuan said, "You don't need to guess anymore, it is indeed a transportation ability. Such transport has many limitations, let's hurry." On the other side of the Starry Sky Gate, Tianyuan generals like Liu Lu, Duo Lai and Sario were already fully prepared. People began to step through the gate one after another. A few from Green Mountain Lord's group. A few from Lord Rain Dust's group. The number of people passing through the Starry Sky Gate was nearly a few dozen, which was somewhat pressuring for Ilo. The powerful individuals passing through the gate occasionally glanced to the side, fearful that the next moment, this Tianyuan powerhouse would be unable to maintain it, and the Starry Sky Gate would crack open abruptly. Fortunately, no accident occurred, and they arrived at the 10 Directions Island domain in the blink of an eye. Upon arrival, they saw a gigantic frost giant dragon, its body exuding a cold, deadly stillness. Its eyes, larger than the front of a truck, glared down at the people below. This posture, this body, this incomparable dragon's might. Lord Tianyuan was truly skilled in commanding dragon kind. Mu Yuan planned to bring along strong individuals like Liu Lu, Duo Lai, Yuda, Xi Lu, Jun, and Sario. Deadbone and Sophia had actually already gone deep into the Shattered Isles. The time is about right, we should set off now. Mu Yuan looked at everyone. He would lead from the front. After all, with lords like Green Mountain and Rain Dust personally present, and an ordinary powerhouse like Dragon Sky showing no fear, how could he stay at the rear? He already possessed a certain amount of strength. Mu Yuan took out a cleansing potion and drank it in one gulp. There were not many powerhouses in Shattered Island battlefield, but backed by Taishan, their preparedness in terms of war materials was extremely abundant. This time, not only was everyone equipped with a set of potions, they were also not lacking all kinds of life-saving items. Looking towards the far distance, at the monster tide still surging out, he reached out. The vast power of heaven and earth converged towards him. Like cleaving through a giant wave, he slashed through the monster tide. He took large strides forward, stepping over the scattered bones without hesitation, without pause, and moving towards that dim, cramped passage with the ominous red mist at its end. Lord Rain Dust, Green Mountain, and the other lords took a deep breath and strode forward, following the figure not far ahead. Cold, dim. The air was filled with a nauseating stench. It was the filth, the red mist. It swept in from all directions, penetrating domains, protective energies, equipment, and flesh, seeping into the body, into the marrow, into the soul. It would slowly corrupt the soul. This was erosion. The body's instincts were constantly reminding to leave such an area as quickly as possible. I've entered the red mist land again. It's not completely eroded yet, but it's close. Before me, the red mist was thick and pervasive. The ground was parched, and the crusty, blood-stain-like brownish-red cracks spread like spider webs with no end in sight. More severe than I imagined. The Green Mountain Lord said, if the majority of the Shattered Isles are like this, then it might only take half a month or a month before the entire domain becomes red mistified and utterly turned into a map of filth. By then, they would be powerless to reverse it. He squatted down, caressing the ground. Faintly visible were shoots breaking through the completely dried soil, with strands of greenish light spreading towards the distance. The Rain Dust Lord also made a move, with raindrops coalescing in the space between heaven and earth. She was reading information from the raindrops. They were reconnoitering. Not all the powerhouses present had superior scouting methods, but at their level, they each had at least some scouting skills. Otherwise, they would be completely blind in unfamiliar domains, easily falling prey to ambushes. 11 o'clock direction, 6 legendary monsters are about to emerge, and we need to slay them at the fastest speed. Mu Yuan spoke. Green Mountain and Rain Dust Lords focused their attention in the 11 o'clock direction and indeed made a discovery. The red mist swirled, barely concealing the emergence of enormous figures. Suddenly, the hands of the Rain Dust Lord, with her water sky doctrine, came together, and the world was shrouded in endless water mist. The water mist enveloped all around, intermingling with the red mist. Read new chapters at Empire. One after another, the fighters took action, and soon the sounds of tearing became frequent within the mist, before quickly returning to silence. At that moment, the Green Mountain Lord looked towards a certain place. There seems to be someone else. Mu Yuan said, they're one of ours, my division general. The black-robed Sophia's figure slowly revealed itself. Was there really another Tianyuan division general present? Walk this way, about 600 kilometers from here, there's an area where the red mist is relatively sparse. Sophia's androgynous voice sounded. More exploration was needed to establish a stronghold. But undoubtedly, the most suitable places were those where the red mist was sparser. The stronghold team moved swiftly into action. Mu Yuan rode on the back of Serio. Green Mountain, Rain Dust, each of these lords also had their own mounts for commanders. All of them were experienced, and even though they sped along, they rarely attracted the attention of monsters, or rather, as long as they killed all the monsters that did notice them, it was the same as avoiding any attention at all. As expected, the armies from Dragon Sleep Valley are on the other end of the island. There aren't many enemies in these areas. A frontier lord had just spoken. Not too far away, 100-meter-tall black mountain suddenly came to life. It was breathless, almost like an inanimate object. Yet its form suggested that of a living being. The black mountain trembled and split, resembling a gaping maw as thousands of meters long, massive tentacles shot out from within. Beside the mountain, a frontier lord mounted on a silver Pegasus found themselves in immediate peril. After all, just a moment ago, not even Green Mountain Lord, Emerald Giant Dragon, or the Water Sky Doctrine, these powerhouses of the Soul Realm, noticed anything amiss. They maintained their momentum and flew tens of thousands of meters away. After all, coming from different domains, their cooperation was far from tacit. In that moment, there was a breeze. A deep sigh echoed in the wind, like the lament of the god of wind. The thousands of meters long, incredibly tenacious, strange tentacles were cut off at their bases, and the sections that fell to the ground soon lost their vitality. The wind continued to surge. In the wind, a majestic large bird appeared. June, the great bird, had arrived at the battlefield. Chapter 474. Heaven-Earth Seal, Battle of the Flesh. After June saved a frontier lord, this mountain-like filthy life form was swiftly beheaded. It's actually not a life form. Influenced by filth, dead matter can turn into living beings. And these filthy creations have completely merged with the surrounding red mist environment, making them indistinguishable until they truly come alive. None of us could tell apart. Even though this place isn't the real red mist land, it still possesses some of the characteristics of the red mist land. Mountains, rivers, and the earth are also eroded, turning into indescribable monsters, which is one of them. The regions of the red mist are more dangerous than imagined. That's my fault, the Green Mountain Lord said. I underestimated the dangers of the red mist region. Of all the powerful figures present, the Green Mountain Lord had more experience indeed. He had entered the red mist land multiple times. The Rain Dust Lord, Sword Saint Tianhe, and Lord Fukao, these formidable individuals, had also ventured into the red mist regions for battles, albeit a handful of times. Mu Yuan was a green hand just like Lord Long Tian. This time, it was his first entry into the red mist region in a strict sense. Sophia had been in the Shattered Isles for several days, exploring around, except that she didn't step into the southern part of the Isles, which hosted the largest island. That was the enemy's stronghold. Despite having covered much ground in her measurements, she hadn't encountered a situation like today's. It was a lapse in my scouting, Sophia said via mental communication. Mu Yuan seemed to see her hang her head, utterly dejected. This isn't your fault. He said, this means as long as our level of concealment is sufficient, we won't attract the attention of these weird monsters. But their positions consisted of several dozen individuals this time, they couldn't completely hide their presence. They could only respond with more careful and cautious attitudes. Mu Yuan looked around at the distant mountains whose shapes were all bizarre, like monsters showing their fangs and claws, with striking brownish-red lines resembling blood trickling down from the peaks. Naturally, among these mountains, rivers, and the earth, only a very few underwent changes and fell into being filthy creations. Mu Yuan kept June in a ready-to-strike state and had Sophia stay vigilant at all times. Xia Yi, who possessed long-range bombardment abilities, also watched the distance, ready to fire a critical shot at any moment to assist their allies. However, each of the legends in the position group was carefully chosen and not so frail. After being on guard, several weaker frontier lords quickly adapted to the environment of the Red Mist region. Since they truly couldn't detect the filth-transformed land, they used their own methods. Whether setting up bait, accumulating transfer skills, or anticipating through subtle changes. There were indeed a few overly cautious moments, battling wits with the air, suddenly making a mid-air swerve and dodging thousands of meters away. But nobody found it preposterous. Being overly cautious was always better than carelessness and losing one's life. Stay tuned to Empire. The position group soon reached the first location. Selected by Sophia, it was a place where the red mist was less dense. But they still needed to survey the ley lines of the area and some heaven and earth factors he couldn't fully explain. Mu Yuan took out a twig emanating a faint golden glow and inserted it into the earth. Green Mountain and Rain Dust, both vice-commanders, each also took out a similar twig and performed similar actions in the distance. Silken red threads climbing onto the twig collided and intertwined with the golden glow above. The golden light seemed to be reluctantly retreating. Rain Dust said, it's still slightly lacking. Mu Yuan Kai spoke up, we'll head to the second area immediately. Sophia led the way. Within the vast area shrouded by red mist, all directions seemed filled with filth, and even after one previous exploration, one could still get lost again. Sophia, who had a black crow to guide her, was untroubled by this. She had already left 3 nether ravens at each spot where the red mist was thin, as anchors for orientation. The position group swiftly arrived at the second area, this time. The golden light wasn't pushed back by the red lines but rather seemed to be in a position to suppress them. This area meets the criteria. I didn't expect us to find a suitable area so quickly. Green Mountain clenched his fist in excitement. This meant that the first strategic step had been achieved. However, Rain Dust stared at the golden twig and suddenly spoke up. Thanks to Lord Tianyuan's detailed exploration in the early phase, we have moved far faster than expected, which also means we still have time. Perhaps we can find an area even more suitable for establishing our position. She looked towards Tianyuan and Green Mountain. The Green Mountain Lord's expression was conflicted. Mu Yuan pulled out the golden twig. That's exactly what I think. If a region is more closely connected to the will of the eternal world, the more benefits we can gain after establishing our position. Establishing the position is only the first step. We still need to hold our ground in the Red Mist region, cut off the reinforcements from Dragon Sleep Valley, and even push back and crush the enemy. That's our ultimate strategic goal. To achieve this, we need to enact every step to the utmost. Within the allocated time. The Green Mountain Lord sighed. All right, if both of you think so. He wasn't strongly opposed. This was why he didn't want to be the main commander. A decision that could affect countless comrades, a war zone, a great domain, making such decisions were too difficult, he wasn't resolute enough. At this moment, Mu Yuan was communicating with Sophia. In his mind, he pictured the dozens of alternative locations Sophia had provided. These were areas where the red mist was thinner. However, it wasn't always the case that the thinner the red mist, the more suitable the area. Sophia could not determine which area was more suitable or more capable of establishing a high-level position. This choice, he had to make. If he chose correctly, future battles would be half as difficult. If he chose wrongly, they might waste a great deal of time, and even miss strategic opportunities. It was time to make a decision. We cross the sea, we head to another Shattered Isles. The Shattered Isles were comprised of a multitude of islands, big and small. As if a continent had been shattered, breaking into countless smaller pieces scattered in all directions. Mu Yuan rode atop Serio, quickly flying out from the island. As far as the eye could see, there were surging black tides and thick, cloud-like red mists hovering above the waters. Be careful! Everyone kept to the high skies, far above the sea level, cautious of the rolling waves below. Proceeding with care, they did not encounter any major accidents, nor did they run into any legendary realm monsters. But the journey was still rough, and the spirits of the powerful beings were highly strung, fearing an encounter with the powerhouses of Dragon Sleep Valley. Although statistically speaking, the chance of them encountering top-tier powerhouses from the Dragon Sleep Valley's vanguard army in the vast isles was close to zero. Finally, the position group reached another large isle, their intended destination. By now, they had been within the Shattered Isles for half an hour. The remaining time was short. The Rain Dust Lord planted golden branches, observed for a moment, and said, "This area seems more suitable than the last, shall we just settle here?" Mu Yuan looked into the distance. No, we have other options. Enjoy exclusive adventures from Empire. The reason he chose this target so far away on another large isle was that there were several areas around this target that could be explored. He would not gamble. Even if he did gamble, he would choose the one with the greatest probability or, to put it another way, the risk he was confident in taking. At this moment, it was both. Here there were several potential areas to explore, even if they were incredibly unlucky, there would still be one among these areas that met the criteria, so they would not have to return to the previous area too. Mu Yuan made a swift decision, splitting the forces into 3 directions. Soon. Mu Yuan looked at the branches rooted in the ground, shining golden and red lines unable to spread further, and he smiled. This is the place. As long as we establish a position here, we'll be able to directly cut off the encroachment and spread of the red mist. The position group regrouped. Green Mountain, Rain Dust, and Lord Fukeo, these powerful beings began to patrol the surroundings, exploring the terrain and eliminating any potential dangers one by one, establishing simple defensive lines. Lu Lu measured the land. Serio and June glared at each other. Mu Yuan slowly raised his hand. In his palm, a lord's heart emerged as a medium. This was a strategic treasure provided by the pioneer group. Mu Yuan actually had one of his own as well. He exercised his authority over the war zone. In an instant, he seemed connected to a vast expanse of heaven and earth. Ding! Prompt: do you wish to establish a war zone in this area? Upon establishment, the main authority of Shattered Island War Zone will transfer here. Prompt: establishing a war zone will take time. From the azure sky, a purifying pillar of white light fell like a beam. New sprouts emerged from the ground. Yuan's hands slowly spread out. The red mist that enveloped the heavens and earth, like a background painting that couldn't be completely removed no matter what, now slowly receded to the surroundings. The light of the sky cascaded down. At the same time, in another location within the Shattered Isles. Roar! The war had escalated to an intense stage, and one after another, the ethereal figures of army spirits emerged, lining the space between heaven and earth, breaking free from the boundless red mist. Annihilate! Ba Long's muscles bulged inch by inch, and his bones crackled, while the image of the giant dragon above him roared. With extreme sublimation, he condensed the entire legion's power into a singular punch that burst forth at this moment. Boom! The dragon's shadow pierced through. A jackal man legend crossed its claws, and despite plowing a trench hundreds of meters long on the ground, it was still intact. Around the jackal man legend, numerous ordinary monsters, high-order monsters, their bodies burst open, instantly perishing. Gasping for breath, Ba Long cursed, "Huff, huff, damn it." Despite fighting vigorously up to now, he still hadn't managed to slay a legend. They had been at a disadvantage from the start, and even with a forcible burst of hero skills, strategic skills, and legion skills, they struggled to find a breakthrough. Could they really break through the blockade of Dragon Sleep Valley and occupy a corner of this isle? Ba Long didn't have the luxury to ponder this question. He just threw punches, again and again, repelling the enemy each time. He was just an unremarkable pivot within the aggressive forces. And high above in the azure sky. Here the red mist drifted, and at the peak of the towering black mountain, a terrifyingly cold behemoth loomed. His pupils were like two icy moons, and his body lay as if atop the clouds. His breath turned into a terrifying black storm, and wherever his gaze fell, the world revealed a frosty sadness. Around the perimeter of the Black Mountain, the towering crimson dragons appeared mere grasshoppers before the immense Ice Burial Duke. At the side of the Ice Burial Duke were two other super dragons, not much smaller, but slightly less substantial. Gemstone Grand Duke. Tri-headed prison honored. The former seemed more ferocious, its massive, sinister maw seeming stuffed with corpses, chewing furiously, eyes filled with cruelty. The latter raised its three great dragon heads high, and its three pairs of massive blood-red wings spread in the wind. But those three top warriors from Dragon Sleep Valley, all six eyes were fixed on a distant figure, whom they deemed as insignificant as ants. The figure was clothed in a robe, holding a sword in one hand, his whole body soaked in blood. There was blood of the Crimson Dragon, and there was his own blood as well. Sword Lord Liashi was injured, even seriously so, yet a look of obsession and madness gradually emerged on his face. Why did he always fight alone? When he was crazed, friend and foe alike would be indistinguishable. But because of this, the high-ranking existences in the blood-drenched Dragon Sleep Valley also harbored fear in their eyes. In this world above the red mist, it was Sword Lord Liashi who represented the crimson side. The three warriors of Ice Burial Duke symbolized the colors black, yellow, and tricolor. The crimson thickened, constantly tearing through the azure sky. Black, yellow, tricolor. Three different concepts and laws, all repeatedly shattered. Ice Burial Duke overlooked the land further away. You humans have already fallen into disadvantage, what's the use of dragging us here? You might as well convert to our flesh immortality. Sword Lord Liashi still wielded his sword heedlessly. Scales on the brow of Ice Burial Duke shattered, then grew back again. I have studied your Taishian's military strategies, one of which is called feinting to the east while attacking in the west. The main attack position is not here, right? Sword Lord Liashi still gave no response, continuing his unrelenting assault. Ice Burial Duke didn't care either, simply talking to himself, you're holding us here, intending to disrupt the surrounding power of heaven and earth, but I've already spun a vast net for you. He was not certain. They were indeed dragged here, there weren't many strong warriors they could call upon outside their main base. However, the reason why Ice Burial Duke was deeply trusted by the Twilight King was his thoroughness in handling matters. He was adept at making contingency plans. Indeed, other legends from Taishan have entered the Shattered Isles. Indeed, the enemy has arrived, quicker than we expected. Yuan was not surprised. He was used to making hundreds of contingency plans. Even if Sword Lord Liashi was unreliable and the siege team broke down early, he had a counter-strategy in place. Still, this was the worst-case scenario. Encountering an enemy assault before the position was established was just one of many common mishaps. He knew very well that whatever the plan or strategy, in the end, Everything depended on strength. He said, the battle zone will be fully established in 3 hours. By then, the rules will materialize, the ownership of heaven and earth will change. All we need to do is repel this wave of enemies, that's enough. He looked behind him. A cleansing column of light stood like a crystal pillar upon the earth. Their task was to guard the crystal pillar and prevent it from being destroyed. As for the enemy, the black tide made a surging noise, with red clouds billowing in the distance. One after another, legendary monsters stood atop the red clouds, growing larger within their field of vision. Elephant men, giants, trolls, steel behemoths. And the direct lineage powerhouses from Dragon Sleep Valley, the Crimson Dragons. These monsters riding on clouds all shared a common trait. Huge size and burly muscles. After all, they were the creatures of the flesh immortality faction, who revered building up flesh and believed that bigger meant stronger. Don't panic, if it's just these legendary monsters, we can hold them off, said the Green Mountain Lord to the others, and to himself. This situation is already better than the peril we were expecting by quite a bit. Before he could finish the word better, great swathes of red mist corrupted their way from a distance. Everyone held firm to the light of will. After the red mist storm had passed, strong warriors like Green Mountain and Rain Dust realized that the corrosive force wasn't as strong as anticipated. Wait, something's wrong. The domain of Green Mountain Lord suddenly contracted. His pupil shrank. The power of heaven and earth. Alert, due to special factors, current heaven-earth seal activated, entering dustless state. Alert, dustless state remaining time. 00:59:59. In other words, elemental particles throughout the entire realm were stripped away. The world entered a state akin to a vacuum. Under such conditions, the power of heaven and earth that legends could wield was rendered useless. Warriors could only rely on their own energy reserves and, importantly, physical strength. But for the enemy, the creatures of the flesh immortality faction, who excelled at forging their flesh, this was their advantageous period. Green Mountain, Rain Dust, the Sword Saint Tianhe, and other strong warriors were well aware of this. Yuan was somewhat aware of it as well. Discover exclusive content at Empire. He rolled up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms, smooth and taut, exuding a strong sense of power. He, too, was a man who had used the talent reaping what you sow to train for a better part of the day. Moreover, the obvious weakness of legends being restricted by the power of heaven and earth, I've long taken notice of that. Was this also considered an accident? Chapter 475. Invincible physical body, the dissolution of red mist. In front of the fortifications under construction. Green Mountain, Rain Dust, Sword Saint Tianhe, Lord Fukao. One after another, the strong figures looked solemn. As seasoned legends, as Taixuan legends, were they not clear about the most obvious weaknesses of the legendary Earth Realm and the Soul Spirit Realm stage? There was a type of secret realm in Eternal World that banned the power of heaven and earth. Continue your adventure with Empire. The Green Mountain Lord had experienced it. At that time, he had not yet stepped into the Soul Realm, but his domain had reached the 9,000-meter level. Even under such circumstances, he was defeated by a mere common legend. This was his shortcoming. But even with a clear understanding of this shortcoming, it wasn't something that could be remedied easily. People have their own strengths and weaknesses. The legends could not merely focus on their weaknesses, as doing so would only turn them into mediocre individuals without any strengths. Besides, the characteristic of a legend was to control the power of heaven and earth. Being restricted by the power of heaven and earth cannot even be called a weakness. Dustless land, such a special environment, except in rule-banned secret realms, where else could it appear? Today, it appeared. The Green Mountain Lord clenched his teeth. My mountain giant incarnation is relatively better at physical combat, but this incarnation is not easy to carry. It just happened to be absent. The Rain Dust Lord was even more at a loss. Her trump card, the Water Sky Doctrine, excelled at altering celestial patterns, relying on the right timing and geographical advantages in battle. Yet without the ability to invoke the power of heaven and earth, how could they rely on these advantages? Trying to forcibly change celestial patterns with just their own energy reserves, they couldn't last even a dozen seconds. Without the power of heaven and earth, a legend was basically just a super foreorder. And the soul realm? Just a larger scale heaven and earth realm. The gap between the strong and the weak was narrowing drastically. and the advantage of a strong physique would become immediately apparent. A legendary monster leaped down from the red mist clouds. Slash! Sword Saint Tianhe made his move. He first slashed out a vast and dazzling sword light. In an instant, the sword light swept across the sky, and an elephant man who had just stepped onto the earth was stunned. A bloodline spread from his forehead downward on his body. Not understanding what happened, his entire body was severed by a single sword. He had died. A legend was slain. With his first strike, Sword Saint Tianhe showed an unrivaled dominion among those in the Earth realm. However, his face still bore no trace of ease. If the power of heaven and earth were still present, he could have slain a common legend with one sword. The difference was that under normal circumstances, he could have released tens or hundreds of swords like the vast sword light of the Tianhe. But now, he could at most unleash 3 strikes before being drained. Sword Saint Tianhe took out a precious potion and drank it without hesitation. He stepped forward. The surrounding strong figures also began to emanate power, but this dustless state not only greatly weakened everyone's strength but also forced them to change their battle habits. Normally, legends would start with their domains and have the power of heaven and earth envelop them. But now, if they were to fully expand their kilometer-level domains without the power of heaven and earth to call upon, at best they could maintain them for a few minutes, perhaps a dozen minutes. Too short. Instinctively they expanded their domains, yet rationality made them shrink them back to a level of low consumption. They also dared not waste their energy recklessly. In such a situation, the most suitable combat method was close quarters combat, to maximize the energy within their bodies. Clang! The Green Mountain Lord wounded a Dragon Man legend with a sword and then forced back a crimson dragon flying past from mid-air. Indeed, the main force of the enemy is not here. Dozens of legendary monsters, and among them, there might be several from the Soul Realm. His gaze swept across the surrounding crimson dragons. Most of the crimson dragons were 60 to 80 meters in length, but there were also a few whose presence differed from ordinary dragons, with bodies reaching a 200 to 300 meter level. Unquestionably, they were Soul Realm crimson dragons. Some monsters from the Flesh Immortality faction with petite builds weren't necessarily weak, but the larger ones were definitely powerful. The Green Mountain Lord normally wouldn't fear these creatures, but now. His domain swirled around him, and the majestic shadow of a mountain appeared above. On the mountains, covered with sturdy ancient trees, one could vaguely see armored and well-armed elite soldiers. A shadow of crimson giant enveloped them from above. The Green Mountain Lord boldly swung his sword, with blossoming blue lotuses on the sword light, filling the air with the profound and mystical artistic conception. Pfft! Sword light and blood shadow crossed paths. The Green Mountain Lord rolled back to his feet and saw that he had left a 16-meter-long wound on the crimson dragon. On a body over 200 meters long, a 16-meter wound. The shallow wound disappeared after a few seconds, with only the Green Mountain Lord's grim face remaining unchanged. This was too tough. Without the enhancements of the power of heaven and earth, not only was his endurance drastically reduced, his maximum damage capability was also greatly diminished. Unless he resorted to burning life, risking his life. But at the moment, we have to drag it out, keep maneuvering. He determined this was the best tactic. But could they hold on until the duration of the Heaven-Earth seal passed? The Rain Dust Lord was already faltering. The tip of her staff rotated with circles of light, gathering droplets and water arrows that the crimson dragon shredded with one swipe of its claw. Damn it! If I could borrow the power of heaven and earth, would I be in such a sorry state? Damn it all! Rain Dust rolled away clumsily, dodging the claws of the crimson dragon. The battle had descended into chaos. And it was a terribly fierce close-quarters fight. The enemies and allies mingled together, shadows blurring. However, roar! A giant ice-blue shadow, even larger than many of the crimson dragons, plunged down from mid-air. With a gesture as casual as sweeping away trash, it knocked away an elephant man legend and ferociously bit into a flesh giant dragon 80 meters in scale. The two entangled together, wrestling and tumbling until, in the blink of an eye, the ice-blue giant dragon had only a few scrape marks on its scales, while the flesh giant dragon was half crippled. This is General Serio of Yuan. Roar! It let out another roar, glancing at June. In such a battlefield, June, like the vast majority of Taishian strongmen, had become powerless as birds without restraints on dragons. At this moment, the once divinely powerful June could only peck back and forth with regular crimson dragons. Among the Tianyuan powerhouses, Xia and Sophia both faced significant restrictions, able to exert less than 20% of their combat power. But among the Tianyuan powerhouses, there were still the likes of Sario, Xilu, and Yuta, whose physical bodies were innately strong. Xilu entered Dragon Girl armor mode, grabbed the huge creature before her with both hands, and hoisted it high. Yuta took small, quick steps, focus in his eyes, and in a flash, he passed by a legendary giant, leaving a huge bloody hole in it. Liu's physical body wasn't bad, but his combat style required the summoning of immense heaven-earth elemental force, and he too was restricted, however. Liu's spear tip flickered with undying golden light. Standing tall like a mountain, he withstood a dozen or so blows from legendary realm creatures and then thrust his spear through once more. His spear moves weren't intricate, they were just overwhelmingly powerful, breaking through and toppling everything before him with the force of withering trees and decaying stumps. Crimson dragons flew sideways, as blood flowed from the spear like a stream. Duolai stood guard before the Lord and the base's column of light, her large caracal eyes sharply surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, a crimson dragon swooped towards her. Her flesh continually condensed, like steel being cast. Yet Duolai herself was soft and adorable. As a mage, she was supposed to be greatly affected. But she was powerful enough on her own. With a single point of her finger, a great Dari sun ascended, its blazing light enveloping and smelting the crimson dragon. Her resplendent light drew the enemy's attention. Soon, several legendary realm monsters, some stepping, others dashing, came forth. Under the heaven-earth seal, using such a grandiose spell was akin to digging one's own grave. Therefore, boom! A second resplendent Dari sun rose. Boom! A third resplendent Dari sun rose. Boom! And the fourth. Even though the power of heaven and earth was sealed, this blue-haired girl seemed as if she could still continuously draw on the power of heaven and earth. For a moment, the crimson dragons and other legendaries hesitated, unsure whether this Tai Xian strongman was bluffing or truly confident. Good. The Green Mountain Lord couldn't help but cheer. The pressure on the Rain Dust Lord lightened as well, since the Tianyuan powerhouses retained considerable fighting prowess under such conditions. Could it be that heavenly marshals possessing vast external energy resources? Division generals with incredibly strong bodies? And Lord Tianyuan had anticipated this scenario? Whether it was predicted or not, they now had the upper hand. Just as the Rain Dust Lord began to smile, a violent trembling was heard, drawing rapidly closer. In the distance, the black tide suddenly arched upwards, and huge heads emerged from beneath the water, followed by massive bodies. They strode across the tide, approaching with great steps. These were flesh giants over 100 meters tall, their bodies seemingly without skin or fur, made up of flesh alone. War machine flesh giants. 10, 100, 1,000 flesh giants marched from across the sea, like a moving blood-red wall. The ground trembled and wailed beneath them. The pupils of the Green Mountain Lord and the Rain Dust Lord shrank, if it were any other time. The flesh giants were just a super weapon, no threat to powerful legendary beings. But the past was the past, and now is now. Now, they had been diminished to just slightly stronger than the war machines. How could they, numbering in the tens, contend against 1,000 such massive creatures? I will go. The Lord Fukao spoke, if I perform soul ignition, even without the power of heaven and earth to draw upon, I can still burst forth with peak power for a short time. I can raise a giant wave, collapse these flesh machines before they reach shore, at least, I can push them far away and buy some time. Before he could finish, a figure swept past him, charging at the flesh giants with a fearless demeanor. It was General Wu Tai of Tianyuan City. His silhouette, grand like a fortress, his steps resolute and unwavering. A pale red aura ignited all over him. His momentum was soaring, he stirred up a fierce wind, tumultuous waves. Enveloped in a red aura, his figure twisted gradually. As he stepped over the sea, the waters parted, revealing riverbeds and pebbles. He now stood before the flesh giant. His legs spread in a bow stance, his tightly clenched fists retracted in front of his waist, his whole body brimming with vigorous, majestic, and savage energy, concentrating at a single point before bursting forth. In an instant, the heavens and the earth split apart. Discover hidden stories at Empire. Dragon God Fist. Golden dragon shadows tore through the cosmos, parting the vast and boundless dark tide in the distance, creating a continuously extending path of tens of thousands of meters without wind, waves, dust, or objects in the space of destruction. The column of flesh giants marching in formation immediately vanished along with the sea, diminishing by a quarter of their number. The golden dragon shadows still soared. The robust man engulfed in blazing red flames slowly retracted the punch he had thrown. This destructive power, impossible, this is a dust-free state. The eyes of the Crimson Dragon commander constricted sharply. Sword Saint Tianhe, gazing from afar, couldn't help but murmur, this isn't energy, this is the pure physical and blood energy power condensed and exploding. But to achieve this with merely the body, just how terrifying must this physique be? The red figure flitted through the ranks of the giants, each punch and kick stirring up fierce winds and great waves, effortlessly crushing numerous, a dozen or more, flesh giants. Found you! Yuan locked onto a massive-bodied crimson dragon that had not been charging so eagerly. Wu Tai! He called out in the mental link and used spiritual power to mark the enemy. Wu Tai, in the midst of his charge, paused for an instant. The next moment, the blazing red aura around him intensified, and his entire figure disappeared amid an aerial explosion. Consecutive dragon force punches. The voice had not yet arrived, but space had already shattered, and an uncontainable, ferocious might penetrated the domain, and energy, flesh, and blood kept falling down. The Crimson Dragon commander instinctively solidified his domain, gathering red clouds to block. But then he remembered, the power of heaven and earth was no longer available, and aside from his physical body, he retained barely a tenth of his other means. His entire body shook violently. Chunks of flesh fell off. The overwhelming fist power pierced through his chest and back, shattering the gloom of the azure sky in the distance as well. The Crimson Dragon commander stood dumbfounded. The wind rushed in, brushing across his flesh, heart meridians, and soul core. He felt the breeze as clearly as if he was just born, no longer wrapped in a thick shell. His mutilated body fell apart. Countless decaying flesh plummeted from the sky, splashing into the dust or waves below. Notice, Heaven-Earth seal has ended. Green Mountain, Rain Dust, Sword Saint Tianhe, one after another, powerful warriors felt the vast power of heaven and earth rise within them once more. They once again wielded the great power. But still, they looked with respect and admiration at the figure in the distance whose body was broken and scattered, yet still stood tall. Tianyuan City's fierce warrior. Tianyuan City's Wu Tai. General Wu Tai. With the strength of one man, with the strength of his physique, he vanquished countless war machines, legends of flesh and blood. Legend has it that General Wu Tai had poor innate talent, far inferior in controlling energy or learning skills compared with his peers. He did not give up. Lord Tianyuan also unearthed this talent of his. He tempered his body millions of times. Time and again, he pushed past his own limits. Wu Tai did everything he could, rewarded by a body honed to perfection, capable of suppressing all enemies in the world. The light of purification blossomed once again. Circle after circle of pure white halos spread rapidly outwards from the purification epicenter. Deathly stillness and decay quickly retreated, as specks of new green broke through the soil to grow. The clouds dispersed, rays of heavenly light descended one after another. And far away, the red mist hovering over mountains, rivers, dead forests, and dark seas also melted away like the ice and snow of early spring. They were welcoming spring. Chapter 476. The cultivation of concepts. Shattered Isles, originally an unremarkable, desolate, and utterly decrepit large island, was greeted by light this day. First came the cleansing radiance that shone upon the earth, followed by strands of warm sunlight piercing through the gloom. It was like sunshine breaking through the night, as the entire world visibly brightened before our eyes, pure white light patterns centered around the initial pillar of light, spreading rapidly in all directions. Hundreds of meters. Thousands of meters. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of meters. The wind swept across the land, continually dissipating the red mist. Tens of miles away, a 1,000-meter-tall black mountain suddenly erupted, and from a distance, the entire peak seemed to twist and roar as if it were a sharp appendage shaking violently, trying to break free from the earth's embrace. After a while, everything settled down. The 1,000-meter-high mountain was still bare, the ground ashen and black pebbles scattered all around, just like before. However, upon looking again, the mountain had lost its eeriness, now mundane and ordinary, one among the countless hills and ridges surrounding it. Even the sea outside the island, which had always appeared dead black and like thick, filthy water, was slowly recovering. Yuan surveyed his surroundings. The war zone establishment, covered by the heaven and earth rules, spanned approximately several hundred kilometers. Not too small by any measure, it was already the size of several shilling city regions. But not too big either. Even within a small domain like Shattered Isles, a few hundred kilometers was just an insignificant corner. However, when we establish a war zone here, miracle power will spread from this point as the fulcrum, affecting the entire Shattered Isles. In short, before they established the war zone, the corruption erosion of Dragon Sleep Valley across the entire Shattered Isles was at an alarming rate. Even with their relentless assaults, they could only delay, but not stop it. Now, the foul erosion had stopped. Not merely stopped. Outside the war zone, in the many places yet untouched by the miracle light, the red mist had also begun to thin. Yuan looked up, his gaze penetrating the superficial red mist, gloom, and skylight to see the deeper principles of heaven and earth. A concept like a stream, flowing gently, in a blood-red color, was severed here. With the erosion cut off, Dragon Sleep Valley's top forces will find it hard to spread over here. But in exchange, we are now closer to the enemy's vanguard army, and the war has only just begun. Shattered Isles, the southern end. The assault group had sounded the retreat, withdrawing wave by wave back to the defense lines in the Red Mountain City area. Ba Long, Yushan, Fiyan. One after another, the frontier lords looked distressed. They had failed. They had fought fiercely for over 2 hours, engaging in relentless combat, and fought bloodily. Yet, not to mention establishing a position to counter the enemy, they couldn't even break through the defenses of Dragon Sleep Valley. Far from it. We failed. Watching the medics running back and forth, tirelessly treating the wounded, Ba Long and the other powerful fighters were somewhat bewildered. What should they do next? What could they do next? Continue preparing and wait for the next all-out attack? But if this sudden assault achieved nothing, let alone the next one, Dragon Sleep Valley would surely be more prepared. As he was feeling perplexed, Ba Long heard the news of a great victory from within the war zone establishment. A great victory? That can't be right. No, it's a major victory. The neighboring frontier lord came over and said, I thought we had failed too, but it turns out that our real mission, the attack group's true purpose, was to draw the enemy's attention and hold them firmly here. The real objective, the more critical mission, was actually entrusted to another group of powerful fighters. The enemy was fooled, as were we. Ba Long furrowed his brows, pondered for a moment, and then realized. I was wondering what felt off before, it's because we haven't seen Yuan and a few other lords. The war zone establishment was no small field, the assault team had also opened up several battlefields. Not having seen Yuan for a while didn't strike Ba Long as odd. But thinking carefully, each general from the Yuan family was memorable, each a dazzling presence on the battlefield. How could Ba Long miss seeing even one of them? You really have confidence in Yuan, the frontier lord said with a sigh, but from what I've just learned, the other group's strategic victory is closely linked with General Wu Tai from Yuan City. That General Wu Tai, his true combat power far exceeds what he's shown before. Shattered Isles War Zone New Area. Established on an unnamed island in the Shattered Isles. At this time, several days had passed since the establishment of the new war zone. In just a few days, the defense lines of the new war zone had been roughly constructed, and one miracle building after another rose from the ground. Building a large number of miracle buildings not only fulfilled the daily necessities of the warriors in the war zone, as the number of miracle buildings increased, the power of the rules within the entire war zone also became stronger and more stable. This was something Yuan had just realized. The benefits of the Shattered Isles war zone remained the same, but the resistance was different. As the Shattered Isles war zone's miracle power and world power strengthened, the cleansing of the Isles by the war zone was also slowly intensifying. Now, like presently, the forces of Dragon Sleep Valley could no longer seal the world through some special means. Here, now, was their home ground. Over these days, the Shattered Isles war zone had been relatively calm. Dragon Sleep Valley, having lost the strategic upper hand, did not rush to take their revenge. This was because Sword Lord Liashi and many other members of the pioneer group had now moved onto this island. In a situation where there are many strong martial artists stationed, Dragon Sleep Valley would not launch an attack lightly. At this moment, in the heart of the battle zone, within a newly built arena-like structure, the ground is spacious, emitting a cold, faint light. Two figures stand at opposite ends, confronting each other from a distance. On the right, stands a brawny man with his upper half bare, his muscles knotted and bulging. Red flames slowly rise around his body, like smoke, like fire, accompanied by the faint sounds of chains being split asunder, fueling a violent, terrifying gale. To seal one's physical strength with shackles and to cut oneself free when necessity dictates, that's extremely ruthless. But if he weren't that ruthless, how could General Wu Tai have forged such an immensely powerful path for himself? Inside the arena, there are a few spectators. They are none other than Green Mountain and Rain Dust, who had witnessed Wu Tai demonstrating his divine power a few days ago, subjugating heaven and earth with his fists and feet. The man standing opposite Wu Tai is the temporary guardian of the battle zone, a formidable presence renowned throughout Taishan, throughout the eternal world, Sword Lord Liashi. He had agreed to be Wu Tai's sparring partner. This is a mutual recognition between strong men, warriors, and ruthless fighters. After all, Sword Lord Liashi is indeed a true ruthless man, often inflicting injuries upon himself. Yuan was also watching this fight. Perhaps, this opportunity could reveal the gap between our own fighters and a true Lower Realm warrior. All of Wu Tai's shackles are now undone. Boom! The solid ground of the miracle building cracks, forming an immense spider web of fissures. Before the sound could spread, Wu Tai's figure, enshrouded in dense blood flames, had already appeared in front of Sword Lord Liashi. His gaze sharpened, and his fists hammered down like meteors in a relentless barrage. Aura 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 aura! Wu Tai throws punches, Liashi responds. Sword Lord Liashi grips the unsheathed blood sword, parrying Wu Tai's punches with pinpoint accuracy. The dull, heavy impacts explode throughout the arena, reverberating. Lord Rain Dust is shocked to discover that she cannot keep track of the two figures in the arena. She cannot keep up with Wu Tai's speed. She can only see terrifying sound ripples exploding in the air. Far away, the ground caves in with a series of thuds, a mere side effect of their battle. Even further away, the enchantment on the walls buzzes, grows dim, and then crackles and splits. Suddenly, bang! The two figures reappear high in the distance. Wu Tai still maintains the position of throwing a punch. Fist meets scabbard, the force of the punch rips through, stirring up an endless storm. He has undergone a drastic change now. A dense flame still rises around his body, but it's not bulging muscles that lie beneath, but a suit of dark, full-body armor. Such an opponent deserves an all-out battle. Peak battle fist. The light in Sword Lord Liashi's eyes subtly shifts. Clang! The blood sword, stained with the blood of countless legendary beasts, is finally drawn. A hint of madness begins to spread across Sword Lord Liashi's calm visage. Terrible visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood emerge behind him. This is no illusion. The rich scent of blood is already overwhelming, filling the entire space of the arena. After a pause. Boom! All of the enchantments within the arena fracture, and the solid ground and walls, riddled with cracks, teeter on the edge of collapse. Both figures land on the ground. Wu Tai has 44 wounds on his body. Half are from the sword. Half are self-inflicted. His breath is weak, but he stands tall, the will to battle undiminished in his eyes. Fighting, exhilarating. Sword Lord Liashi touches his chest. The shell of blood on his body has silently cracked. He is wounded. Under his intent filled with killing aura, Wu Tai not only didn't take a step back but managed to wound him. And this power. It's not just from the physical body. Sword Lord Liashi licks his lips. Exhilarating. The miracle building is on the verge of collapse. Lord Rain Dust holds onto the already broken railing to prevent herself from falling. But so strong? It even forced Sword Lord Liashi to get serious. Previously, she had seen General Wu Tai demonstrate his divine power, but that was under the Heaven-Earth Seal. During the Heaven-Earth Seal, the Crimson Dragon was also affected, unable to use the power of Heaven and Earth. Their physical strength was just weak in comparison to the Crimson Dragons, making their disadvantage quite significant. However, Wu Tai's physical strength seemed even stronger than that of the Crimson Dragon, so the Heaven-Earth Seal actually became his advantage. He slaughtered the monsters with even more ease. Even without the Heaven-Earth Seal, his combat power must be terrifyingly strong. At least in a burst state, that power is enough to make one's courage falter. Her own top powerhouse, Church of Sky and Water Yala, was now trembling slightly. Such a punch could kill, if one wasn't careful, it could really kill. Rain Dust Lord looked toward Tianyuan in the distance, who appeared to be deep in thought. What was he pondering? He couldn't possibly be thinking about how to deal with a powerhouse at the level of Sword Lord Liashi, could he? Green Mountain Lord was relatively more composed. The burst strength is indeed terrifying, but the weaknesses are also evident. The burst duration is short, and it's all physical strength. He pondered. He quickly came up with a counter-strategy. He was confident about facing General Wu Tai. But was that really something to be proud of? The 10,000-meter domain-level powerhouse of Tianyuan seems to be that heavenly marshal named Duo Lai. So between Tianyuan Wu Tai and Tianyuan Duo Lai, who is stronger? The gap between Wu Tai and Sword Lord Liashi is not small. So what if it were Duo Lai, or Dead Bone, facing a powerhouse at the level of Sword Lord Liashi? Lord Shepherd was pondering. Just now, to powerhouses like those from Green Mountain and Rain Dust, the scene might have seemed like mere colliding shadows, storms, and constant booming. But that was not what he saw. He saw the golden light of Wu Tai's fighting spirit, brilliant and resplendent, undying and indomitable. He also saw the large, conspicuous, and suffocating conceptual patterns. The blood-colored concept surged like waves of blood, containing the concepts of slaughter, blood, and immortality. Slaughter was the main focus, supported by blood and immortality. The three interwoven, powerful, and with a profound charm. Under this vast conceptual onslaught, the elemental particles in the world, the power of heaven and earth, and domains might all be slaughtered clean. In other words, Sword Lord Liashi had the ability to artificially create a dustless land. Places like the dustless land or other special rule environments had little to no effect on him. He was already a conceptual level powerhouse. And Mu Yuan also had some understanding of concepts. With the concept of slaughter, Sword Lord Liashi could possibly nourish slaughter with killing, continuously recovering himself amid the slaughter, never running dry. Of course, he wasn't clear on the specifics of the opponent's conceptual abilities. Name is just an abstraction of the concept. The specific effects and focuses vary from person to person. Similarly, the cultivation of concepts also varies depending on the individual. Or perhaps, Tai Xian had a wealth of experience and techniques for cultivating the heaven and earth realm, thanks to the accumulation of predecessors. However, in the cultivation of the lore realm and concepts, the Tai Xian alliance had little relevant information. The few available were marked for reference only and do not imitate directly. The path of conceptual cultivation has no one to teach, no prior path to follow. One can only rely on oneself. And perhaps, 2 or 3 fellow travelers on this journey. Deadbone's primary concept is death and life. Duo Lai's primary concept is devouring. Their practice methods were completely different. Aside from the most basic observation of the natural patterns, slow and inefficient, and absorbing fitting treasures, rare treasures, both found their own paths. Deadbone awakened the undead. The undead symbolize death, yet at the same time, they are a form of life. They bathe in death for rebirth. Deadbone also explored many different pathways. Duo Lai's path was simple, direct, and the effects were not slow to manifest. Awu. It stood at the peak of Black Mountain, devouring the filthy chi of the world. Devouring ordinary lands. Devouring the frenzied area. Devouring red mist regions. This was a new battle zone. Where the light of heaven and the gloom converge. Duo Lai stood here, engaging in the act of devouring. The effects of its cultivation were significant. Although, it too was completely clueless about the reasons. Chapter 477. Lord Shepherd's Life-Saving Method. Shattered Isles Warzone, Temporary Resting Spot. Mu Yuan held a pen, noting down his judgment on blank, tough paper. Speculations about conceptual power I and II. In these days, Sword Lord Liashi had made several moves. Twice it was to spar with Yuta. Once, he repelled a strong individual from Dragon Sleep Valley who had come to probe their strength. And once, it was the earliest assault campaign. When Sword Lord Liashi led the surprise attack squad deep into the Red Mist Land, Mu Yuan also observed the magnificent battle from a distance through the eyes of Black Crow. But at that time, what he saw was merely some manifestations, the aftermath of the battle. Now, he could see the essence. When Sword Lord Liashi battled, the concept of killing enveloped the azure sky like tens of thousands of fine threads, darkening the heavens and earth. Within the killing, there was also the fusion of blood, the concept of indestructibility. 3 concepts intertwine, Mu Yuan pondered. Normally speaking, beings of the legendary skill realm can only wield one type of conceptual power. They might have entered the beginner stage and comprehended multiple laws, creating different conceptual effects, but they could only use one at a time. Concepts are exclusive. A huge wave that possesses the concept of resilience would maintain its form and roll forward, even if bombarded by energy several or tens of times more powerful. A huge wave with the concept of continuous would persist endlessly, without stopping. Low realm powerhouses can only use one conceptual power at a time and mainly cultivate one concept, but there are exceptions. If they can fuse 2 or 3 concepts together, then they can exercise multiple powers at the same time. Undoubtedly, the latter is stronger. Dead Bone, Duo Lai, currently only use a single conceptual power. This is probably because they have not yet reached a high enough realm. After pondering for a moment, Yuan wrote further, the strength of conceptual power is influenced by many factors, multiple concepts being an extremely rare situation. Usually it is dependent on the scale of the concept, the carrier of the concept. Scale, as the name implies, strong is just strong. Like Jun and Serio, these Tianyuan powerhouses, their third epic skill awakened also has conceptual qualities, but this conceptual power is very weak, only a thread, a few threads. This power, when used against enemies without conceptual power, is like a high-dimensional strike. But if they face off directly against legendary beings of the third realm, this bit of power is like a pebble tossed into a lake, hardly causing any ripples. They do not have the capability to enhance their conceptual power. Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Ilo, Lu. Such legendary lives can peer into the essence of heaven and earth and analyze and grasp conceptual power, instead of just using it instinctively. They can strengthen their own conceptual power through the observation of heaven and earth or some special means. Dead Bone and Duo Lai's conceptual powers are growing not too slowly, but after all, they are only of the heaven and earth realm. They lack the refined God soul to resonate with heaven and earth, otherwise, this speed could be many times faster. Without data, without direct comparisons, Yuan was not clear about the progression speed of other low realm powerhouses. But he had seen the conceptual power unleashed by Sword Lord Liashi, and just from what he peered at, it was already stronger than Dead Bone and Duo Lai. If we use the conceptual power contained within Jun Sai of the Wind God as a unit of measurement, the scale that Sword Lord Liashi exhibits is approximately 10,000 times larger. A thread, and 10,000 threads difference. It is also double that of Dead Bone and 6 times that of Duo Lai. This is still not the limit of Sword Lord Liashi. After all, he is among the peak strengths in the legendary lore realm. Even with the eroding red mist and the suppression of flesh and blood, he can still suppress with the power of 3 lore realm beings from Dragon Sleep Valley and a collective force of dozens or hundreds from the Soul Realm and Heaven and Earth Realm. The carrier of the concept is also skills, abilities. The higher level the skill, the more powerful it is. When infused with conceptual power, it can exert even stronger power, Yuan reflected. And it is also related to compatibility. The Scorch conceptual power needs to be fully utilized with fire-based skills. In this regard, the Tianyuan Division General has some advantage. Jun Sai of the Wind God naturally carries the Cleave concept, and Duo Lai's Space Tearing Seal aligns with the Tear concept. These are the most suitable skills. Legendary power even comes with a path to enhancement. However, Yuan, the Great Lord, contemplated that the bloodline ranks of the Eternal World's top powerhouses tend to be not low. We only hold a slight advantage at best, which certainly doesn't count long term. In a certain area in the Shattered Isles, enshrouded in red mist, Dead Bone walked alone within it. It measured the land of the Isles, exploring forward along the path formed by the spreading red mist. It was searching for the connection between the Shattered Isles and the red mist land. It was a skeleton. But it was far more than just a skeleton. Around it, for tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of miles, one undead creature after another trod the earth, advancing like an unstoppable tide. They occasionally perished under the onslaught of monsters, turning into dry bones buried in the earth, yet they all resurrected soon after and returned. Living, dying. Dying, living. This process was both exploration and self-cultivation. It fit well with its death and life conceptual path. Around Dead Bone, elaborate scenes invisible to others wreathed it. Threads and wisps symbolizing death and life concepts swirled and floated around it. It directly pointed to death, enveloping all that is dead within it. And it signified more than just death, it also represented rebirth after death. Death is life. Just like now, around the vast concept of death, a slender thread of concept, visible to the naked eye, was born inch by inch. Soon, this thread of conceptual power was fully integrated into the surroundings, mingling with the majestic conceptual forces that were like mist or tides. Such a speed of cultivation was dozens of times faster than merely enhancing conceptual power by observing the patterns of heaven and earth. Dead Bone felt no pride. It was not its achievement. It had simply researched its own path based on the foundation of Wangling ZX. It wasn't itself that was strong, but rather the Wangling ZX. While moving, Dead Bone also occasionally observed heaven and earth. Different heavens and earths have different law patterns, and it often gained new insights. However, it had to restrain itself from these gains to avoid getting lost in them by accident. During its idle time, it mostly delved into the laws of power usage. For example, it researched the innate concepts of sharpness and quiet annihilation that Wither King Bone carried. Dead Bone quickly found a way to combine these two concepts into one, using them simultaneously. It then used this model to research multiple dual concept combinations. But still, this was nothing extraordinary. It was merely standing on the shoulders of Wither King Bone. The combination of several ordinary concepts could not produce much effect. Moreover, concepts like sharpness and quiet annihilation were still too limited. The death and life concept, in a way, was also a combination of death and birth, only it went beyond mere combinations. Shattered Isles War Zone. These days, Liu Lu, leading a group of elites of Tianyuan, with the assistance of other frontier lord warriors and the Taixuan construction team, had completely built up the defensive line of the entire war zone. The walls were towering, and a huge enchantment enveloped the entire fortress base. The enchantment also contained several sophisticated detection methods, so that even legendary creatures like the Faceless Ones could not infiltrate the base. Of course, an enchantment, no matter how sophisticated, still required people to maintain it. The number of soldiers in the battle zone was not small, and the daily throughput of people within the entire fortress was also no small number. As soldiers came and went, the enchantment had to open pathways, and even though the guard team at the main gate of the fortress consisted of the elites, and their detection methods were incomparably rich, there were still opportunities for exploitation. In recent days, there indeed had been Faceless Ones and Soul Devourers infiltrating the war zone. They were subsequently rooted out by Rakshasa. Rakshasa now served as the captain of the Warzone's special patrol team, with a status equivalent to a Warzone general and second only to the deputy commander of the Warzone. Liu Lu, representing the Tianyuan commander, exercised command and was responsible for building the defense and arranging the defense zones. Yuda was also one of the generals of the Shattered Isles War Zone, and his combat power had been acknowledged by the strong. In certain extreme conditions, Yuda could even demonstrate strategic value higher than that of the Soul Realm. Along with Serio, Jun, 17, Hong Yi, Xi Lu, and Duo Lai, they were known to the outside world as the 9 Divine Generals of Tianyuan. 9 legendary Divine Generals. Each had the capability to independently handle their own affairs. Among them, the outside world believed that the strongest in Tianyuan city were either Yuda or Duo Lai. Duo Lai was well known early and was personally acknowledged by the Lord Tianyuan as an unrivaled powerhouse within a domain radius of more than 10,000 meters. Yuda's combat power, on the other hand, was affirmed and marveled at by powerhouses like Green Mountain, Rain Dust, and Sword Saint Heavenly River. In the war zone, however, what powerful professionals debated was who was stronger or weaker between Duo Lai and Yuda. The other Tianyuan divine generals were also each unmatched fierce generals of their time. The frost giant dragon Serio had an incredibly large body, and its might was clear at a glance. Jun, with the wings of the Wind King, had the fastest speed in the battle zone. Leaving Sword Lord Liashi out of the discussion, to date, there had been no strong individual who dared claim to be faster than the Tianyuan Falcon. Liu Lu, although he did not have outstanding military achievements, had earned recognition from many generals and lords because of his meticulous style and rich experience in fortress defense and army arrangement. After all, for a powerful lord, it was not enough for subordinates to be merely able to fight, they also needed direct lineage generals who could handle other matters, freeing the lord to focus on more important issues. The generals under the Lord Tianyuan were quite capable. By this time, the Lord of Taishan had come to realize that the paths of Lord Tianyuan and the lords of Hanyu City and Sword Lord Liashi were distinctly different. The other two had overwhelming personal combat abilities, but few strong direct followers. Likely as a trade-off, Lord Tianyuan had many strong direct followers, and apparently, was not very adept at combat himself. Indeed, to this day, Lord Tianyuan had never shown any public military achievements, not even once. Dragon Sleep Valley, the main camp of the vanguard army. The war zone commanders of humans are just at the heaven and earth realm? And not adept at combat. Yes, but this commander of the heaven and earth realm is not simple. The division generals under him are not simple either, some of them even possess the stature of the lower realm. Ice Burial Duke stroked his chin. The weak point of the human defense seems to lie with this battle zone commander. But if he doesn't leave the battle zone, we can't do anything about him. A warrior from the Dragon Sleep Valley at the Soul Realm cautiously said, and now, it's very challenging to directly attack the human battle zones. The Blood Sword Saint Liashi is right there. Here, powerful beings like Ice Burial Duke who are at the top of the power spectrum cannot venture out from their headquarters. An addition and a subtraction, they don't have the winning odds. Of course, Ice Burial Duke was aware of this, otherwise, he wouldn't stand by and allow the existence of the human battle zone. He was waiting. Waiting for Tianyuan Liashi to leave. He knew that this Blood Sword Saint wouldn't stay here forever. He had dealt with Taixuan after all these years. However, he couldn't just sit back and wait. With Blood Sword Saint Liashi stationed in the human battle zone, he can only oversee that area. We'll attack other areas, establishing more points of our corrupt filaments in more places on this island. In this way, his power could extend. They hadn't done this before because they wanted to erode the entire island in one fell swoop. Ice Burial Duke paused. Additionally, focus on gathering intelligence on this Taixuan Tianyuan, and if it's worth it, I can dispatch a God Soul Realm expert who is proficient in infiltration and assassination to behead this Taixuan Tianyuan. If it's a weakness, he wouldn't let it slide. If there's no immediate opportunity to deal with this Lord Tianyuan, then target his subordinates, the potentially powerful beings under his command. At this time, Lord Shepherd, who was mentioned by numerous people and monsters, wasn't in the battle zone, but in his own territory. He stood in a cultivation treasure land filled with heavenly fire, naked, enduring the extreme fire's tempering. His muscles were like high-order ironstone. His wool was tempered over and over again, turning into an indestructible sword. His bones shone like jade and glass, beautiful but extraordinarily tough. Tempering, continue the tempering. Mu Yuan was well aware that his combat experience was somewhat lacking. He was also clear about his situation. He couldn't always stay in his territory, besides, as Tianyuan's reputation grew, various dangers would come one after another. But Mr. Mu had a clear understanding of his own role. Did he need to be very capable at combat? No. What he needed was the ability to save his life. If I use reaping what you sow to temper my body, wither king bone to temper my bones, use sword of will to sharpen my will, and combine combat will armament, undying golden body, incarnation of the nether raven, evil ether prison sea, soaring 9 heavens, these abilities, wouldn't my survival ability be considered somewhat decent? While cultivating and thinking, Mu Yuan received a message from Liu Lu. Not long after, he had donned his armor and arrived at the Shattered Isles Warzone headquarters. Miss Sophia and several scouting teams from the field have reported back. In several areas, the red mist has become dense and sticky, like red clouds, said Liu Lu. According to the experience of some old frontier lords at the headquarters, the enemy is establishing dirty veins, and Dragon Sleep Valley has officially launched a new round of attacks. Mu Yuan was well aware of what dirty veins were. Like the spreading branches of a large tree. He spoke, there may be traps in this, but we only have one option, to face the battle. But he also had countermeasures. Mu Yuan reached out his hand. In his palm, one after another, mysterious objects shaped like seeds appeared. These were the spirit seeds he had taken a considerable amount of time and energy to condense into a physical form. Chapter 478. Unique Strategic Value. Spirit Seed, Excellence Plus Plus created by Lord Tianyuan, who expended a great deal of energy to condense this special creation. The user can inject spiritual power into it to communicate with other holders of a spirit seed at any time. This special creation has a wide range of communication. Note, the power of the spirit seed slowly dissipates, and after a certain period, the creation will lose its effectiveness. If analyzed using a high-order detection crystal or similar tool, one could obtain the effects described above. Communication in the eternal world was already inconvenient, and it was especially severe in the Red Mist Land. Within the range of the Shattered Isles War Zone, Land of Miracles, various communication devices could still function normally. However, once leaving the battle zone and stepping into the ominous land permeated by the red mist, communication would often be hindered, even a slight increase in distance rendered the devices completely useless. Without the ability to communicate, scouting teams could not relay first-hand messages in real time. Once in danger, it was impossible to call for help, significantly increasing the risk factor. When they retaliated in the future, each pioneering team and each legion would inevitably fight on its own. Although this was the norm, spiritual link talent was just a standard means of communication. It was abnormal to be able to use the linker's spiritual power to gather the strength of many and construct a mental skynet. However, the mental skynet required the linked parties to cooperate implicitly and trust each other sufficiently, bearing a certain degree of mental load. Only troops would trust the Lord unconditionally. For this reason, Great Lord Mu devised a way to solidify the spirit seed, making the talent ability tangible. Simply put, take some materials, imprint the talent, nurture it with spiritual power, and go through a series of processes to finally shape it. Inside the headquarters, Mu Yuan summoned Green Mountain, Rain Dust, Dragon Sky, Ba Long, the main frontier lords, and representatives like Sword Saint Tianhe and Lord Fukao. He presented this batch of spirit seeds and briefly explained them. But his explanation seemed as simple as knowing 1 + 1 = 2, yet searching for the cosmological constant. Ba Long, the legendary lord, and the others exhibited a bewildered expression reminiscent of poor students. That look made Mu Yuan reminisce about the past. He used to be like them, understanding how to use power without knowing why. This was because the rise of power in the new era was too rapid, leaving no time to delve deeply into the nature of power. Mu Yuan was almost the same. He merely referenced some of Yilo's starlight creation and Dead Bones' undead creation and used a little bit of conceptual methods. The frontier lords, of course, did not care about the principles behind the spirit seed. If this seed really ensures our scout teams can freely communicate in the Red Mist region, it would be incredibly convenient. Each frontier lord and pioneer team dispatched their top scout teams. More than 20 teams swiftly set out from within the battle zone, silently entering the wilderness and stepping into areas engulfed by the red mist. Messages continued to come in. We can communicate, and the consumption of spiritual power is not even significant. This is so convenient. No, it's simply divine. Even if Lord Tianyuan didn't have such powerful subordinates, this ability alone would make him extremely important in the battle zone. Each of the outgoing scout teams was overwhelmed with joy. Especially some veterans from the pioneer group who had carried out in-depth missions in heavily misted regions. If we could have maintained contact with the headquarters at Magma City Warzone last time, perhaps old Lu wouldn't have been sacrificed. Zhou Ran couldn't help but reminisce. He was currently leading a 6-person team, cautiously navigating through the dim wilderness. Among these 6, there were 2 4th-order peak troop types, 3 4th-order peak professionals, and Zhou Ran, the legendary realmer. He was not a lord. Instead, he was the second commander of the Yunlong pioneering group, responsible for tactical assaults and outdoor scouting. The pioneer group was similar to a mercenary group during the lower to mid-rank professional period. Just as lower-leveled professionals needed to band together and cooperate to overcome monster camps and tribes. Professionals in the pioneer group required more cooperation. Lone wanderers could hardly survive in the battle zone. Lords control elite troops, and a single frontier lord could often be responsible for the defense of an area. The lord's troops coordinated seamlessly, fully leveraging their combat power, and support among them was often timely, keeping the casualty rate relatively low. Professionals desiring higher safety had to have familiar comrades and partners. This way, a pioneer team could cover a defense area, directly entering combat, also saving the time and effort of training and integration. Yunlong Pioneering Group was a quite renowned team in the Twilight Dominion, having a history of combat in various battle zones. The Yunlong Pioneering Group also had 6 medium to large mercenary groups and a trading company under its name. Top members from the mercenary squad could have the chance to enter the pioneer team. The pioneer group provided opportunities for promotion, while the mercenary groups continually supplied fresh blood. Upon hearing Zhou Ran's words, the scout also sighed. If reinforcements could have arrived a few hours earlier, Brother Lu might have survived. The cover agent in the team was a rookie on his first mission in a high-risk area, taking over the position formerly held by old Lu. As he moved, he looked around nervously, his hands grasping the grey orb trembling like a frightened bird. Zhou Ran patted his shoulder. You just need to maintain the covering mist, leave the rest to us. Don't think or worry about anything else. You'll get used to this kind of operation after a few runs with us, said Yuan. The covering hand swallowed hard and said, but I've heard that there are countless legendary creatures in the Shattered Isles, terrifying crimson dragons, and even existences more dreadful than the crimson dragons. There are indeed such creatures, acknowledged Yuan with understanding. He remembered how afraid he had been during his first deep mission. Being afraid isn't something to be ashamed of. I'm afraid too, which is why we must overcome it. Yuan paused before continuing, the Shattered Isles are vast. A dozen crimson dragons scattered among them would be as inconspicuous as grains of rice. We won't easily run into a crimson dragon. Before he could finish, a terrifying dragon's might swept across the land. It was as if they saw two scarlet disaster moons hanging high in the azure sky. Those were the eyes of a giant dragon. The reconnaissance squad, especially the young covering hand, had his pupils shrink suddenly, and his lips turned pale as he breathed heavily. Yet, his hands still clutched the grey treasure sphere tightly, never ceasing the energy output. It seemed like an eternity before the dragon's might had moved on. The covering hand was soaked through, looking like he'd just been fished out of water. Gone? Is it gone? He asked. It's gone, I told you it wouldn't find us, replied Yuan, serenely lighting a cigarette. He then took out a map, compass, and spacing tester for a brief adjustment. After a moment, he channeled his spiritual power into the spirit seed. Headquarters, this is Yunlong's squad. We have spotted a crimson dragon around Area C16 and are preparing to scout in the direction it came from. Report complete. Headquarters received, understood completely. A strand of spiritual communication entered his mind. Yuan carefully stored the spirit seed, extinguished the nearly burned out cigarette butt, and disposed of it in the small storage ring designated for temporary trash. Damn, the spirit seed is really freaking convenient! He exclaimed. In the Shattered Isles war zone, at the command center. Information Transmission and Summarization Department. Beep beep, Qing Feng Reconnaissance Squad has discovered a filth tributary and is investigating more concrete information. Beep beep, Liu Yun Squad's position has been exposed, surrounded by several legendary realm creatures and has hidden within a damaged secret realm. Beep beep, a firefighting team led by General Ajin is already on their way. Beep beep. Inside the department, a green-haired girl with antennas on her head marveled in amazement. Isn't this means of transmission too simple? Hey, has Tianyuan City always had such conveniences? Darn, I'm so envious, she complained. She looked towards a short-haired, round-faced girl nearby. This girl was responsible for communication and record-keeping in Tianyuan City. Their positions were somewhat similar. But the difference was like modern versus primitive communication, worlds apart. Tianyuan City Orange considered for a moment, it hasn't always been this convenient, I suppose. After all, when she worked in the communications department of Tianyuan City, she usually handled the less convenient means of message delivery. The truly convenient and swift spiritual communication often didn't require going through the communications hub at all. However, she did not mention this. The strategic value of spiritual communication was even more significant than the pioneers and other strongmen had imagined. Gaining the most timely information. Providing the most immediate assistance. Using the advantage of information to engage in sniping and ambush tactics against the enemy. Communication was immensely convenient, with no need for cumbersome methods, no visible fluctuations. Even a recon squad on the run could easily send out distress messages through a spirit seed. The advantage of having information was well understood by all the strong men. But prior to this, none of them had experienced such a convenient method of information transmission. They had all thought that Lord Tianyuan's spirit seeds must have their limitations. For instance, being prone to distortion from interference, or, that beyond a certain distance, communication would become difficult, perhaps, the further the distance, the less information could be transmitted. These assumptions were based on their general knowledge. But the spirit seed did not adhere to common sense. Many techniques in the eternal world defied common sense, which was not entirely unreasonable. After all, the spirit seed does not exist in isolation. The mental skynet constructed by our Tianyuan City Legion is also the foundation of each and every one of these spirit seeds, explained Yuan confidently, not daring to claim that there were no limits to the spirit seed's communication. But for now, within the range of the Shattered Isles, even a bit of the red mist interference could not shake the spiritual communication in the slightest. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Time passed. Various reconnaissance squads continuously sent back intelligence, and occasionally, distress alarms for emergency rescues would sound. The situation of the war was generally optimistic. All the frontier lords, frontier generals, and their teams were also very effective. These days, the reconnaissance squad and assault squad of the Green Mountain Lord had discovered and exterminated 4 corruption branches, while the Rain Dust Lord had discovered and eliminated 2. The Panchi City team had wiped out 3 corruption branches. The Tian City team had eradicated 4. In comparison, the Tianyuan City team had only exterminated 3. The main issue was the lack of experience. Sophia's Black Crow had a wide range of vision, but she was not familiar with the corruption branches. Sometimes she was deceived by the disguises created by Dragon Sleep Valley, wasting a lot of time. But even so, this time, we were able to gain such a great advantage mainly because of Lord Tianyuan. Yes, without the spiritual seed of the Tianyuan commander, not to mention gaining a significant advantage, we might have suffered considerable losses. We all understand that it's not because the enemy is too weak, but because we repeatedly leverage our informational superiority to outnumber them, allowing us to achieve one victory after another in localized battles. With enough localized victories accumulated, the balance will tilt. They will ultimately achieve a great victory. Thinking this, the frontier lords and pioneer group leaders present showed a look of relief on their faces. A light-hearted atmosphere permeated the entire battle zone, until... What? Sword Lord Liashi is going to be transferred. The news exploded overhead the Shattered Isles war zone like thunder. Many pioneers were puzzled, stunned. They needed to pursue their current victory. However, the message is certain, a battle zone in the Agedness Great Domain is facing a major crisis and needs a top-tier strongman to preside. Right now, the most available top-tier strongman from the pioneer group is General Liashi. The Green Mountain Lord said helplessly, this might also be related to our advantageous situation here, the higher-ups feel the importance of General Liashi here is not as big. How could his importance not be big? Sword Lord Liashi may not have made a move these days, but his presence alone represented a huge strategic value. The strategic value of a top-tier strongman often lies in deterrence rather than the need to act. Alas, the transfer order was an established fact. From the beginning, General Liashi was not from the Shattered Isles war zone. He was merely an ally, bound to leave sooner or later. The Shattered Isles war zone had only its stationed soldiers to rely on. Don't panic, we still have Lord Tianyuan and the advantage of being able to communicate instantly. We will continue the local warfare with Dragon Sleep Valley as per our previous plan. The seasoned pioneer strongmen remained calm. This composure soon stabilized the hearts of the people. However, Beep, the reconnaissance team has encountered a renowned strongman from Dragon Sleep Valley, identified as Hunting Duke Pupil Blade. Beep, a second strongman from Dragon Sleep Valley has been spotted at the front line, identified as Hunting Duke Heart Devourer. Beep. Urgent reports kept coming in one after another. They still possessed the advantage of information, but facing a substantial gap in combat power, the informational advantage was hard to utilize. Moreover, not only is Sword Lord Liashi leaving and we're losing a powerful deterrent, making the enemy free of concerns, but the top-tier strongmen now appearing from Dragon Sleep Valley are more than we expected, significantly more, by a lot. The Hunting Duke Pupil Blade, for instance, was not previously in the Shattered Isles. At least, he hadn't been seen in several previous wars. The intelligence department was certain. While ordinary Crimson Dragons might be hard to distinguish, Hunting Duke Pupil Blade was a world-class strongman, notoriously fierce, with distinctive features, and he was long listed on the Taixuan execution list. They couldn't have failed to recognize him. Whether Dragon Sleep Valley had been holding back or had just received reinforcements, Mu Yuan could not know. He only knew a storm was coming again. Chapter 479. The Fierce Reputation of General Duo Lai. Shattered Isles, wilderness, within a gloomy withered forest that received no daylight. The Yunlong reconnaissance squad of 6 hid atop a massive withered tree. Grey mist swirled around them, they held their breaths, their bodies as still as dead wood, daring not to make the slightest movement. All because at that moment, high above in the azure sky, hung a giant dragon whose body shone in crimson gold, its vertical pupils sharp like blades. The giant dragon was not large, not only when compared with the super crimson dragons that measured 100 or 200 meters in length, but it was also significantly smaller than the regular crimson dragons. It was very petite. However, this was precisely a characteristic of a formidable creature from the Dragon Sleep Valley. Zhou Ran trembled inside. Hunting Duke Pupil Blade, I am certain, we've actually encountered such a terrifying monster. Zhou Ran touched the spirit seed inside his chest, which appeared as lifeless as a dull object, and felt somewhat relieved. He had already used the spirit seed to send a message to headquarters. Luckily, the transmission of the spirit seed is extremely surreptitious, with no apparent fluctuations. Otherwise, even if it could transmit messages, I would dare not use it. No, I would have had no chance to use it at all. And now? Zhou Ran glanced through the corner of his eye up at the azure sky. The golden-red figure was still roaming in the high sky. The surrounding elements of heaven and earth gradually became strange and fantastic, indicating they were boiling over. Come out, I can see you. Oh? You are quite naughty. It seems I must personally invite you out. Before the word invite could be spoken, a blindingly golden blade gleam swept across the sky. A deafening boom followed. The earth trembled, the dry branches on the withered tree cascaded down. In the distance, dust filled the air, and a towering, slender chasm spread for thousands of meters. We. The youngest member in the squad, with the least experience, was pale with fear, sweat soaking his shirt. He struggled to maintain the concealing grey mist, but his teeth were uncontrollably chattering. This stemmed from the fear in his heart. And from the dreadful long way. They felt like prey under the claws of the giant dragon, ready to be devoured at any moment. Zhou Ran patted the young man's shoulder again, this time without saying anything. He realized that even though the dragon in the sky could not find their exact hiding place, it was certain that they were in this area. They were an experienced pioneer team. Experience new stories on Empire. Their scout unit was equipped with top-tier concealment treasures, even capable of evading the sweep of a domain. Yet now, the enemy began using an extensive destructive move. Where could they hide any more? Shua! The brilliant golden blade gleam cleaved through space, plummeting from the azure sky. The earth vibrated repeatedly as narrow chasms crisscrossed, resembling fierce wounds. The nearest chasm to them was only 100 meters away. A violent wind carrying rocks and broken branches was already hitting their faces. Any closer, and their means of concealment would be affected. Zhou Ran gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to draw at any moment. At that moment, the double pupils of the hunting giant dragon in the sky flashed with a glint of gold once more. The gold was not dazzling, yet Zhou Ran felt a great terror, a great crisis looming over. A stroke of golden light passed by not far from his side, vanishing in a flash. Without a thunderous boom, without shock waves, without dust, just a golden line, as if piercing the entire heaven and earth, dividing the space into two clear-cut sections. In between these two sections was a young warrior, his face pale, pupils suddenly shrinking. His pale lips parted slightly, as if he wanted to say something. A line of blood naturally flowed down, tracing his forehead, bridge of the nose, and lips, slicing the young cover operative's entire body in two. Like a hot knife through butter, blood sizzled and splattered, spraying onto Zhou Ran and the others who were still in shock. Bang! The great treasure orb, previously firmly grasped by the young warrior, also shattered violently, falling from mid-air along with the splattering blood into an abyss. Time seemed to freeze. The scene before Zhou Ran's eyes turned grey and white, only the blood remained glaringly red. He suddenly came to his senses and yelled, "Run! Scatter and run! Boss! Staying here is useless, go!" The remaining 4 members of the reconnaissance squad no longer hesitated, digging into the devastated earth and running in all directions. The hunting Duke Pupil Blade paid no attention. Perhaps in his eyes, all below the legendary realm were but ants, and letting them run would not take them out of his field of vision. Zhou Ran unsheathed his battle sword. His eyes focused only on the enormous terrifying figure in the sky. "I'll be with you all soon. But before that, I will leave a wound on the enemy, even if this is a hunting duke." Zhou Ran murmured. He himself was also a figure of the legendary realm. Having stepped into the legendary realm for 6 or 7 years, he had elevated his skills and domain to the limit of his capabilities. He was not much weaker than the hunting Duke Pupil Blade. A domain with a radius of 3,300 meters suddenly expanded. The immense pressure, the crisis of life and death, held back the domain's limit for a long time, and it suddenly had another breakthrough. Zhou Ran swung his sword. Puchi! Before the sword could even swing, the hand holding the battle sword was severed, the whole arm sent flying. His vision followed the sword, his hand flying. His thought processes had stopped. His domain seemed non-existent, utterly unaware of the golden blade gleam. Considering the improvement of combat power from the soul realm compared to the heaven and earth realm is not significant, I thought I could at least. So, this is the hunting duke, hey? Zhou Ran's thoughts were scattering. He thought indeed, the combat power improvement from the soul realm compared to the peak of the heaven and earth realm was not remarkable, yet any being from the soul realm was among the elite of the heaven and earth realm. When the strong become stronger, how can one underestimate them? Moreover, in Dragon Sleep Valley, only a few God Soul Realm giants could be called hunting dukes. This world is vast indeed. Hold on. Suddenly, a thread of information came from within the spirit seed. It was the Rain Dust Lord. Zhou Ran's spirit jolted, his survival instinct reigniting. He continued to hold on with all his might. Perhaps the hunting duke was enjoying the pleasure of the hunt, for he dodged fatal blows time and again, though his body was covered with deep, bone-exposing wounds, and one of his lower legs was smoothly cleaved off. At this moment, clouds of mist surged from the end of the azure sky. The vast fog instantly enveloped the area, hiding Zhou Ran's figure. The powerhouse of the soul realm from the Church of Sky and Water Yala had arrived at the battlefield. Arriving at the same time were the Rain Dust Lord and several of her direct lineage generals. They were not far from here and had rushed over at the first opportunity. The Rain Dust Lord said, "Since coming to the battle zone, we haven't fought many impressive battles. This time, it's our turn to make a name for Rain Dust territory. Last time, during the Heaven-Earth Seal battle, she and the Church of Sky and Water were the most affected. A mere crimson dragon had chased the powerhouse of the soul realm from the Church of Sky and Water. This was a great humiliation. They needed to regain their honor. The Church of Sky and Water. I understand the reasoning, but I'm fighting the hunting duke?" The Rain Dust Lord stood shoulder to shoulder with her. "Don't panic, we have the advantage in numbers. Here it comes." Golden blade gleams sprang from nowhere, arriving in an instant. But unlike Zhou Ran, who was caught unaware and struck, the Rain Dust Lord and the Church of Sky and Water sensed it coming. The clouds and mist were their eyes. The hunting duke pupil blade, they could fight him. Humming. Water vapor gathered, forming walls of water mirrors one after another, cutting across the path of the golden blade gleams. In the next moment, these walls of water mirrors shattered with a snapping sound. From the first to the ninth. The last wall, which was the only one left in front of the Rain Dust Lord, also bore a deep cleavage mark. Her expression changed slightly. The Church of Sky and Water said, "Here comes another, 3 of them." The Lord's seal on the back of the Rain Dust Lord's hand brightened, channeling amplified power into the body of the Church of Sky and Water Yala. At the same time, her other 3 division generals took up unique positions to form a formation. Columnar jets of water shot into the sky, and the winds and clouds from all directions surged. Gather! 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 The walls of water mirrors condensed one after another, only to shatter in the next breath. Golden lights flickered incessantly within the clouds and mist. The pressure came like a mountain collapsing in a tsunami, one after another. The pair of crimson gold dragon's eyes were like 2 suns, clear in the mist, seeking to scorch and burn away the clouds that filled the sky. In the center of the mist, the Rain Dust Lord held her staff forward, her robes flapping in the wind, revealing her slender legs wrapped in black tights beneath them. "This way, we'll definitely be the first ones unable to hold out. And a slight mistake could lead to..." Crack! A corner of the magic mirror shattered. The remaining blade gleam was like a bundle of light, grazing past her body. Discover hidden content at Empire. She felt a sharp pain in her calf. Her robe had been cleaved at some point, and the highly protective socks of the Black Moon were sliced through as easily as paper. A chunk of flesh had been gouged out of her calf. "It seems we've been a little careless," she muttered. "Damn it, when will the reinforcements arrive?" She had no time to think. All she could do was to gather water mirrors at breakneck speed and use them to accurately snipe the enemy's blade gleam. At that moment, a loud, resounding cry pierced through the clouds. Reinforcements had arrived. The good news was that the arrivals were from the Tianyuan division, and they were strong. The bad news was that there was only one bird. The Tianyuan falcon. "Be careful, the blade gleam of the hunting duke pupil blade is extremely fast and almost impossible to detect." No sooner had the words of the Rain Dust Lord been shouted out than the golden blade gleam tore through the sky. Also cutting through the sky was the piercing cry of the Tianyuan falcon, sharp and desperate. The cry carried panic and fear. The blade gleam was too dangerous, a graze would cause injury, a touch would mean death. The Tianyuan falcon was just a legend of the heaven and earth realm, Hey, it doesn't seem to be injured? It dodged it. After several seconds of mournful howling, the falcon realized it seemed unharmed. It was as if, at the moment when the blade gleam was about to hit and death loomed, it instinctively executed a soaring 9 heavens and escaped to the high heavens above. It had dodged this fatal strike. As the falcon thought this, a sensation of impending death suddenly descended again. Its feathers, tough as steel, exploded inch by inch. It had no idea where the golden blade gleam was attacking from. Issuing another panicked screech, the entire bird flapped its wings and flew, instantly crossing tens of thousands of meters. Scared the living daylights out of Lord Jun. The golden blade gleam continued its assault. The falcon still couldn't see it, it was guided only by instinct, followed by flying at an extreme speed with the wind. Finally, there came a time when Lord Jun saw the blade gleam clearly. At that moment, he was soaring to the heavens, but by chance, the direction of his flight was the exact same as the direction from which the blade gleam was slashing. Behind him, the golden blade gleam streaked through the sky like light, yet it never managed to catch up to him as he soared. Lord Jun was faster. Suddenly, the falcon was no longer afraid. Hey, Lord Jun dodged it. Hey, Lord Jun dodged it again. Hey, you puny dragon are laughable, Lord Jun is always your superior. The azure wings of the Wind King coursed through the high sky, often with a single flap of its wings, the bird appeared tens of thousands of meters away. Coming and going like the wind, leaving no trace. The golden blade gleam was certainly sharp, swift, and silent, yet it had not managed to hit even once. The blue bird continued to sway its tail in the azure sky, smugly, taunting the enemy non-stop. Rain Dust was dumbstruck. This way of fighting seemed a bit off. But the appearance of Tianyuan Falcon indeed greatly alleviated their pressure. Or perhaps it was Tianyuan Falcon's taunting skill that was too strong, directly drawing all the enemy fire towards it. Despite this, the danger had not subsided. The wings of the Wind King from Tianyuan territory was good at dodging, but it still had little margin for error. It couldn't afford mistakes, a slight misstep could easily lead to serious injury or death. Moreover, there were more blade gleams. One after another, they swept across the azure sky. A third of them annihilated the techniques bombarded by rain dust and the water sky doctrine. The remaining 2/3 chased after the pale blue figure, slashing down continuously. Gradually, these blade gleams formed a net. The constantly fleeing green wind ultimately hit a line in the net. June let out a mournful cry. Its wings were partially severed, its feathers, hard as metal, shattered, and bright red blood gushed out continuously. We're doomed, doomed, doomed. Could it be that Lord Jun will lose his life here today? It was easy for June to escape. It flew fast, and those in the Soul Realm could definitely not catch up with it. But, the allies were still here. Lord Jun was never one to fear death or value life above all else. Hiss. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Looks like today, hiss. Lord Jun is destined to be brave, hiss ha. The second round began. June, now injured, revealed some minor flaws. These flaws were slight, but in the eyes of the hunting Duke Pupil Blade, they seemed infinitely huge. June gained a few more wounds on its body. It no longer cried out in pain, its voice ferocious, eyes wide with anger, even facing the Grand Duke of the Hunt. I, Lord June, am still fearless in this world. Suddenly, it sensed something. Jun's pupils lit up. General Duo Lai is coming to my rescue. A roaring wind blew from afar. A girl with wings arrived, riding the wind. With blue hair and a round face, she looked harmless but was actually one of Tianyuan City's top warriors. Tianyuan 6-star General, Sky-burning magic god, Duo Lai. In today's Shattered Isles war zone, General Duo Lai was also among the top powerful warriors. With her arrival, this battle still had hope. They could actually confront the hunting Duke Pupil Blade head-on. The Rain Dust Lord seized the moment to stir up the clouds. Duo Lai had never heard the name hunting Duke Pupil Blade, after all, she was a pioneer group greenhand with limited experience. She just thought the red-gold giant dragon with pupils flashing like light bulbs looked somewhat familiar. It looked different from the last time she saw it. But the abilities were very similar. Could it be that particular entity? Duo Lai used her brain a bit to think. The hunting Duke pupil blade also noticed the human powerhouse arriving on the wind. At first glance, he found the blue-haired girl unfamiliar. At second glance, he thought the blue-haired girl looked somewhat familiar. And when he stared third and fourth times, his god soul began to tremble, and fragments of broken memory washed over him like waves. A black serpent danced high in the sky, splitting golden light. The blue-haired girl stood upon the azure sky with a black great sun appearing behind her. At the rim of the great sun, the world was collapsing, being devoured. Along with his consciousness. The memories were hazy. However, Pupil Blade felt an inexplicable terror welling up from the depths of his soul as if he was facing a great horror, a high-level life form far beyond his own. Hesitating for half a second, after unleashing several blade gleams, the entire dragon turned tail and fled towards the far reaches without looking back. Leaving behind the Rain Dust Lord, standing aside with a baffled expression. And June, who was still shouting and taunting, unable to shake the hunting Duke Pupil Blade in the slightest. Enjoy new stories from Empire. Duo Lai was also a bit stunned and pinched her own round face in doubt of her life. Am I really that intimidating? Chapter 480. The War Between Living Beings and Monsters. The earth was mottled, crisscrossed by countless fissures. Distant mountains and giant trees, many of them had been sliced through, the cuts clean and smooth, their appearance terrifying. This was the catastrophic landscape left by the hunting Duke Pupil Blade. Where the gaze of the hunting Duke fell, all things, all living beings would be severed, even those of the legendary Earth realm could perish under his gaze without understanding why. However, was such a terrifying and infamous figure, who had left behind numerous disastrous incidents, fleeing? Did he flee without any hesitation? Because of General Duo Lai of Tianyuan City? Impossible. Although General Duo Lai was certainly not weak, the hunting Duke was even more of a top fighter, there was no reason for him to fear a legendary Earth realm. Lord Raindust felt it couldn't be this reason, perhaps it was some kind of tactical maneuver. But it wasn't. The hunting Duke Pupil Blade wasn't making any tactical positional shift, he was truly fleeing, running with all his might. Prior to fleeing, the hunting Duke had conspicuously, unmistakably, gazed at General Duo Lai for quite some time. The more Lord Raindust analyzed it rationally, the more she realized that perhaps, possibly, probably, the hunting Duke's strategic retreat was indeed related to General Duo Lai. The hunting Duke was intimidated. But what exactly had Tianyuan City's General Duo Lai, the Lord of Tianyuan City, done to intimidate such a terrifying hunting Duke so much that he didn't even dare to fight, and fled upon a mere glance? Lord Raindust looked towards the adorable, harmless Tianyuan Duo Lai with no conceivable idea, no matter how much she let her imagination run wild. At that moment, Duo Lai was stunned. Its space-tearing seal had just branded heaven and earth, and it was still tens of kilometers away from this powerful being from Dragon Sleep Valley. It was just about to take action when the enemy fled. Does that make any sense? The thing was, the hunting Duke had fled too quickly. Had he hesitated even 2 seconds longer, Duo Lai's space-tearing power would have reached him, making escape impossible. Now, well, Duo Lai was a bit embarrassed. Its space-tearing seal had hit nothing but air. It watched the swiftly retreating enemy, now just a tiny golden dot, and immediately wanted to call for June to carry it, using the soaring 9 heavens ability to pursue quickly. But just as it was about to shout, it caught a glimpse of June already looking like a miserable bird, its magnificent pair of wings slashed with several gashes, countless hard feathers shattered, and its originally verdant and noble body stained with bright red blood, looking particularly tragic. But tragic wouldn't be the right term. June still held his proud head high, and the splashes of crimson seemed more like badges of honor hanging on his wings, dazzling and shining bright. However striking, it surely had very little combat power left at this moment. I will chase after this enemy, you go back first. Duo Lai said to June and Lord Raindust, then rode the green wind, spreading its wings to transform into a green streak of light and vanished from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. It gave chase. Like a hunter pursuing its prey, only this time, such a formidable figure as the hunting Duke Pupil Blade had become the quarry. In front of Tianyuan Duo Lai. Indeed, the hunting Duke feared nothing else but Tianyuan Duo Lai. Lord Raindust no longer dwelled on it, swiftly arranged for her subordinates to rescue the severely injured Zhou Ran, and tended to the various wounds of the wings of the Wind King. She then ordered her people to collect the few scout team members who had just scattered and fled. Otherwise, in such harsh conditions, lacking legendary leadership and concealment tactics, a fourth order leader might not be able to escape all the way back to the battle zone. We set off immediately, otherwise other powerful beings from Dragon Sleep Valley might appear. Lord Raindust said. Her squad was well equipped. Her team had all the members Joran's team had, and even those Joran's team didn't have. After all, her team consisted entirely of legend-class individuals, and those in the legendary realm studied and learned much faster than those in the leading realm. There were precisely 3 powerful individuals in her team with concealment capabilities who could act as covers. They quickly set up their concealment, spread out their scouting powers, and cautiously made their way back. Because the team had many injured members, Lord Raindust chose not to engage even when she spotted 1 or 2 isolated crimson dragons. She chose to bypass them and continue forward. 1 Dieter. 2 Dieters. 3 Dieters. Hours later, her expression grew more and more troubled. We are encountering legendary class enemies with increasing frequency. No, the enemy is preparing for a total assault. The enemy is amassing forces outside the battle zone, ready to launch a total assault. Inside the command center, many people's expressions grew serious. Yuan switched to Sophia's Black Crow vision for clearer view of the gathering monster tide, with mighty crimson dragons suspended in the sky and huge war machines slowly advancing. 100-meter-tall blood giants, their numbers incalculable, appeared like a vast army marching forward, the very earth trembling and humming beneath them. Huge blood-colored pupils hung within the fog, moving slowly forward. The diameter of the pupils reached dozens of meters, immense and fearsome, with the ominous light flickering within. This scale was far stronger than the tides formed by the fang of the jackal wolf and the blood snake encase. They weren't even on the same level. However, Yuan now had many reliable allies, and the overall combat power of his Tianyuan city had increased beyond comparison with the past. He stepped forward and spoke. This was within our expectations, wasn't it? Sooner or later, we would have to face Dragon Sleep Valley directly in battle. Only by doing so, can our battle zone truly stand firm in this island territory. And facing this war, I believe everyone was already prepared. Now, it is just a matter of fighting. Of course there was mental preparation. Ever since they had set off for the Shattered Isles war zone, they had been prepared to face the powerful beings of Dragon Sleep Valley. It was their own choice, and no one regretted it. However, despite this, some frontier lords and pioneers still could not help feeling uneasy. The infamy of Dragon Sleep Valley was too great, even the Great War Zone could only maintain a defensive stance. Here, Sword Lord Liashi, who could be considered a mainstay of their forces, had left not long before. However, Lord Tianyuan and Lord of Ba Long, these young men were full of fighting spirit, and these old folks couldn't let themselves be outdone. Let's fight! Thanks to the calm before, the entire Shattered Isles war zone construction was nearly complete. The war zone had 1 core fortress. War Fortress, Epic. First tier controller, Tianyuan. Second tier controllers, Green Mountain, Rain Dust, Broken Rock. Description: a war fortress that integrates various functions in one place, containing a small town-sized area within, equipped with a small teleportation array, and possessing 108 types of defensive weapons. Base configuration. The advantage of the war fortress was that the controller could establish various miracle buildings within it, and these buildings would become an integral part of the fortress. The more buildings there were, the stronger the fortress became. The stronger the fortress, the more robust the buildings became. The war fortress was almost the foundation of the entire Pioneer War Zone. The war fortress not only had high defensive capabilities, but its interior could also operate autonomously. In the history of Taishan, many Pioneer War Zonies that faced great calamities ultimately survived by staunchly defending their war fortresses. Yuan envied the sight of the war fortress. On the Taishuan Covenant, there were even such war fortresses available for exploration generals to exchange. Unfortunately, let alone his merits, he hadn't reached the exploration general level, 7-star level, and even if he had, he felt he couldn't afford it. Tianyuan City needed too many contribution points for too many things. He had 1,000 or 2 almost legendary beings needing support at home. Rather than thinking about exchanging, he'd rather look forward to fighting a beautiful battle to receive the gifts from nature and heaven. Handling a battle zone like his to fight the filth, as long as he could win, he would receive extremely generous gifts from nature and heaven. Otherwise, why would everyone desire to be a battle zone commander? Heaven and earth recorded contributions, and the commander naturally accounted for the largest share. Besides this 1 core fortress, the Shattered Isles war zone also had 2 defense lines, totaling 36 guarding camps, and over 100 ordinary forward bases. Inside the core fortress, apart from the base configuration, the Alliance had also sent a large number of miracle buildings and special items for construction. Yuan had approved one recruitment application after another. At this time, recruitment area for troops, East Zone. The Lord of Ba Long arrived at the strong shooter camp, and tossed the recruitment order inside it. The next moment, bursts of radiance erupted from within the strong shooter camp, seeming both green and blue. A total of 100 archers dressed in light armor, carrying war bows slung diagonally across their backs, whether agile and nimble or broad-limbed and robust, continuously emerged from the place of recruitment, and lined up in front of the Lord of Ba Long. Their gazes were somewhat dull, lacking spiritual wisdom, but their presence was not weak, the least being at the second-order elite level. Among them, a few stood out from the crowd, their equipment and presence a notch above the surrounding strong shooters. The leader even reached the 4-order level. Had his gaze not been so dull, based solely on appearance, he almost seemed like a veteran of many years on the battlefield. The shipment is out. The Lord of Ba Long licked his lips. Although these specially recruited troops cannot grow stronger or leave the battle zone, they will be new forces in the city defense battle. The stronger they are, the greater our chances of holding the fort. The troops are now assembled. Next, we face the enemy head-on. At the time in the Longshan Pass Great War Zone, my power was insignificant, only capable of holding the forts within the city. What I could do was very limited. However, now, I, Ba Long, am also a camp's commanding officer. My power will be a significant weight on the scale in defeating Dragon Sleep Valley. Old friend, it's time to fight. Let's go. The lingering light of the setting sun stretched the shadows of the group. Battalions left the fortress, swiftly heading for distant locations. Camp 1 has entered a state of war. At the camp's high tower, Rakshasa stood alone, gazing into the horizon where the red mist gradually appeared and became clear. Before him, warriors were arrayed. The elite undead from Tianyuan City, along with a group of battle zone troops, stood silent in anticipation. It was like the oppressive silence under dark clouds. Camp 2 has entered a state of war. At the center of the camp, inside a well-shaped bunker, 17 sat quietly. A bow hovered in front of her, surrounded by tens of thousands of arrows. She was the chief commander of the forces defending Camp 2. Camp 3 has entered a state of war. Xia Yi lit a cigarette, inspecting the camp which he had been setting up and building for the past several days. Even though the enemy they faced this time was unimaginably strong. But he looked around at the large caliber cannons perched on the city walls and platforms, at the distant strong strike turrets glittering with thunderic light, and the sky weapons hanging in the air. He had never fought such a well-equipped battle before. Damn it, let's smash all these monsters. Camps 4 and 5 are ready. Green Mountain Lord spoke. Then he looked towards Tianyuan. Of the 36 garrison camps, Tianyuan City was solely responsible for 3. Not only that, but they were the first 3 numbers, the most dangerous, and they would be the first to directly face the army from Dragon Sleep Valley. Moreover, Yuda, the strongest in Tianyuan, was not even among these 3 camps, but was leading a rescue team, prepared to assist the critical battlefields. When the battle zones were initially divided, Green Mountain had refused Tianyuan taking responsibility for the 3 camps. It was too dangerous. Spreading their strength so thin could lead to the camps being overrun, which would affect an entire battle zone. Only, when the frontier lords and pioneer teams were assigning zones, it became apparent that every area lacked sufficient defense forces. Tianyuan Lord taking on 3 major zones was risky, yet it was a necessary choice. Some camps, manned by multiple lords and teams, might have appeared stronger on paper than those in Tianyuan, but these camps' forces were not as well coordinated in defense, and their ability to withstand disasters was actually inferior to camps managed by a single lord. And it was resilience that the foremost camps needed most. Tianyuan Army. At this point, all they could do was hope they could hold the line. Green Mountain Lord himself also was responsible for 3 camps, but besides being number 4 and 5, another was Camp 29, a second-line camp. His main forces were concentrated in the first 2. Camp 4 is not far from Camps 1 and 3, if necessary, I will take some pressure off the Tianyuan army. He thought to himself. At this time, outside the camps that were numbered early on, one could already see in the distance the red mist surging, floating like clouds. As the monster tide advanced, spreading pollution across the land, the red mist slowly seeped into this land of miracles within the battle zone. This was a war between living beings and monsters. It was also a war between miracles and corruption. The war had begun. Like raindrops falling, first one or two, sparsely hitting the ground, leaving marks. Soon after, the raindrops came faster, and in the blink of an eye, it was a pouring rain, rushing down. Thunderous rumble. Thunder roared. Outside Camp 1, there were already numerous monster corpses. Some had been killed by a single arrow, others pierced by crossbows, others shattered by cannon fire. They were just the scattered vanguard. Further away, monsters like a tide trampled the earth, like a chain of crimson mountains stretching. A red gleam shone from behind the monster tide. The next moment, a thick crimson beam pierced heaven and earth, striking across dozens of miles, sweeping horizontally. The downpour, as if the heavens themselves were pouring, fell.